I'm Chris from Airwindows, and here's another one of my streams. I'm thinking what we're going to do today is along the lines of some Godot foolery, although this is one of the days, seeing as it is sort of early on, it's still January. My intentions for January are typically to kind of rest and breathe and recuperate from the rest of my year. And that's definitely underway. So the idea with fooling with Godot is not necessarily that I'm going to do like amazing flashy things. More that I've got some ideas that I want to explore. And we'll see what that is like. I've been keeping busy. This morning, I generated a whole batch of reverb impulses, kind of similarly to how yesterday I was generating another whole batch of reverb impulses. What I was shooting for, here I can probably show you, in my dash verbs collection, which is getting increasingly epically giant, particularly with the long reverbs. The more of these, the better I have a chance at selecting one that's actually going to be good. And what I was doing was generating F algorithm ones, but at a titanic size, because what I was thinking is I might be able to do a type of sound that's like a giant space reverb thing, but rather than being a convincing hall or whatever, it could be based off of a plate reverb, but it's as if the plate was unusually large. And that will cause like the immediate echo returns to be more densely placed, but then sort of thin out. And the F, which stands for front, algorithm reinforces that. It produces a sound like this. And if we throw it onto, for instance, the guitar sound that I have, I've picked one that is somewhat loud. And it is indeed doing that sort of giant space thing. Now, what I was doing this morning was not that, it was sort of the opposite. Because I've been doing a lot of research on, like this. Check this out. I was hunting on YouTube for this, and I found something that is fairly... this is from a YouTube clip that somebody put out, and it is not a EMT 140, it's an EMT 240. That's the gold foil, and I'm thinking about jumping into that as a test bed for being able to follow it up with the 140 that substantially outperforms the K-plates. And that would also give me a replacement for my clear coat reverbs for me going into like that combined with a big hall sound. I'd be able to get back into remixing and feel good about it. But we've got this thing. That's a real EMT gold plate. It's a real EMT 240. These aren't necessarily people's favorite choices, but I think I'd be able to do this sort of thing. And particularly interesting is what they've got going on for drums. Check this out. So there's a number of interesting things going on. Also, there's also a voice example. And the way they did this is they used the real EMT240 and then threw on a bunch of plugins. And the plugins didn't actually sound anything like the real plate. But the real plate doesn't sound exactly like an EMT140. Because the EMT140 is a lot sort of bigger and wilder and brighter and more interesting. And I have a way of getting at that. But there's also I've been working on a new plugin, which is probably in here. I think I've got it as, I think it's one of, like, let's see whether I finished it up. I'm pretty sure that I did. I don't see it there. I might not have it in yet. We'll see. Oh wait, do I need to refresh? Let's refresh it. It's going to take a little while to do that, but that ought to get me there. Somebody was asking about whether I would revisit the plugin shortbus. I have indeed revisited the plugin shortbus, and that's going to show up early February. Thing is, I used it in an interesting way, because it started out as the precursor to Righteous. And I developed it in that way. Righteous gives you more access towards ways of controlling its effect. I'm keeping an eye on my wood stove and everything. But what Shortbus makes possible is the ability to if you have a spike followed by a gradual fall off, like in my example sounds, you can use this shortbus algorithm, which is either enhancing or diminishing odd harmonics. That's what Righteous does. That's what Shortbus did. And what you get, if I am in fact going to find it in here, which I think probably I will now. Bingo, scrolled right to it. So here's what you're going to get. We can play on this thing. It's a natural sound, so it should be giving me some distinctions. It's not going to be just a sine wave, whatever, which wouldn't give Shortbus anything to work with. If you increase it, you're increasing odd harmonics, and it increases sort of the warmth of the sound. But there's a cost. Whereas if you decrease it, you're cutting back odd harmonics wherever they present themselves. You're forcing them to become more of a sine wave-like sound. It's not instant, so there's a time constraint, and the time constraint is based on this setting. Like, it's just increasingly adding that, starting from the low bass and working up. What that means is I might have a new high pass to put on the end of or in the middle of reverbs, and it might act like a high pass that works like plate reverbs damping plates do. And that's interesting and exciting, firstly because nobody else does this because it's somewhat eccentric, but also hey, Tacky Bunker. The only way I get results out of what I do is by finding distinct ways of doing them. So here, if we play this reverb thing, we can enhance the the odd harmonics, the even harmonics rather, or not, or we can cut them. And when we do that, compared to the opposite, it feels like it's making the low-end vibrations come forward in an interesting way. But if I do the opposite, it's like it's heightening what the plate reverb's low frequencies actually sound like. And it's like it's pulling them back in space, which is exactly what I want out of a reverb. So I have high hopes for this. You might not really be able to hear it very well because as this exists, it works better on, for instance, a bass. I might just have, well, it's not going to be available there though. Desktop. Do I have a desktop? Yes, I do. Well, I can see what I get out of this. This may or may not actually do anything with short bus. It's really geared for low frequency stuff, but it should be. I can hear that, but you probably can't. It's coming through the speakers and then also through the microphone and stuff. So this is geared to work most effectively on, so I wonder if I have that available. Oh, new document. No, that's not what I'm going to want to do. No, not exactly. This is a whole original thing. So let's see, I guess sounds is where I'm going to find what I'm looking for. I can just bring up Alien Kittens. You'd probably hear it on that. I also have C-Rig Bass. I feel like maybe my clip for making this stuff is in here somewhere, but I'm not actually finding it there. Sine basses would do, well, no, not really. They wouldn't, would they? So short 2 echo is what I call my audio clip. I'm not seeing it there, but I bet I have it on my SD card, so let's fire up the SD card. I feel like I would like to demonstrate this. It's what I'm going to need to do on the video I make for it, when I do make a video for it. Shuttle, short for echo. And let's just grab this chunk, make a new file out of it. Then invert. I apologize for the fact that this version of the program does not show this stuff very well on stream. It's trying to be more subtle. Invert polarity is what I'm looking for. I would probably be going faster if I was gulping lots of coffee. I am going to make a cup of espresso for myself shortly, but in recent days with getting all of this stuff done, I've been feeling the physical stress of it all, and so one of the things I'm doing is not pushing the coffee too hard. This is, after all, January. This is specifically the month in which I try to not beat myself into the ground doing this stuff. So let's see, we can bring up the same plugin again. Here's short bus, and here is what you might get if you turned it up quite a lot. Notice that it is asymmetrical, but it's also doing a thing that you can kind of see, but if I dial it back, you'll be able to see it even more effectively. Like it's going asymmetrical, but it is also taking those points and stretching them out. See what it's doing to the angle? And this has to do with what I'm doing with the reverb versions of the plugin. Again, it will make all of this go asymmetrical. It will bring out odd harmonics where they exist, and that's what the original short bus did, to the point where it would distort horribly and become kind of nasty. You can see it doing it here. And the side effect of that is that if you have low frequency content, and this is subsonic, this is very deep, building up, it's going to kick in harder and harder and emphasize the lows more and more. It's going to try to make them entirely, like if there was another spike up here, it would be pulling that one down, but it's recovered a little bit, and so it's going to do that. If these were in opposite order, it would be doing this one more and this one less. See how it's boosting the shape? And if I undo, this is where we started. But it's not just that, because, of course, it has that inverse setting. We're still asymmetrical, but it's just sucked out all the lows of that thump, that low frequency thump. And it's doing it from both sides. And it's also making even the high frequency spikes more asymmetrical. So it's adding high harmonics, strictly even harmonics there. But this is the new toy. I didn't have this before this week. This is what I've been working on at the moment. And the idea is that there's a lot of this that can be used for various purposes. Like we've got it pulling that stuff in. That was a little too subtle to see. If we can do this with the waveform, while adding even harmonics, we can take, we can mimic what happens in an acoustic space when you've got a reverberation going on in a big place which does not have like concrete walls. And so it's not capable of containing pressure perfectly. It will drop off. It'll drop off like this. Whether it's positive or negative pressure, it's going to make the low frequencies pull back a little bit, no matter which direction it's coming from. And there are a number of possibilities that might arise out of this. Let's see, let's save this in sounds as, hang on, I'll go and find it. It's not really a spike, mind you, but short for dual spike. Those low frequency thumps with a perfectly high speed attack. It's basically just a square wave converted into a rectangle wave by a crossfade. And that's a useful new test tone that I'm working with. So what I'll be doing with it is taking, like I just generated a whole bunch of new sounds in this range or smaller. And this is it's 199F, so it's approximating a 199 seat room, but it's F meaning front, so it's the plate reverb style sound. And then it's 199 is sort of on the smaller side. And red means that it has sonority and projection to it. So I'm shooting for even smaller spaces. the smaller sizes I'm working with are more like the EMT 240, which I've got here, which is a lot less bright and sparkly than like a DAW. It's a lot softer, but I can do that. But you hear how the lows kind of run out. Some of that's going to be the damper, whatever kind of damper it has going on. And so if I apply the new plugin, which is coming February, and we'll just repeat it. It sounds a little bit more like a plate with a damper on it. That's kind of what the damper makes it sound like. I have high hopes for where that can go, and once we finish doing it, I'll be generating even more of these plate style sounds so that we can get sounds like, oh, here's a 244F, which also has one of the things that people were saying. I found this on Gearspace, comparing 140 to 240, and it's smoother, jazzier. There's people who owned these things, you see. And then another person's observations. 240 sounds like an ooh, and the 140 sounds like an ah. I kind of hear it in that example. I always try to track down the examples that are literally the device, not somebody's emulation of it or anything like that. So I will have the ability to use a slightly larger one, which is not necessarily going to be that one. And I'll try to find the exact right combination of colors and the exact right colors and sonorities at the correct size, which involves generating hundreds of these and then processing them all. This is a brighter, platier version, which would be more like the 140, unless I end up needing to go to something like this. That's actually more of a room sound, so never mind that. I was looking at the wrong place. Or something like this, which is F again, front-loaded. For the 140, I might well end up going larger. I mean, after all, when I tried to do the actual K-plates, this is not as refined as what I'm doing these days. It's alright, but it's an 800 size. It's way larger than what I'm working with at the moment. What I'm working with at the moment, I can use much smaller room sizes and get the same effect, and it also makes the echo density better that way. So what I'll be doing is looking for something with the right kind of thing, but then using this new variation of short bus as part of the damper mechanism, which means I'm going to be building in a damper mechanism, but it's a damper mechanism that not only cuts back on the delay factor, and that'll work pretty effectively in conjunction with a much smaller space. I can just increase the sustain on it, the feedback factor. But then also using the new version of short bus, cutting back lows in that way, which also makes them more closely resemble sines. It will make the sounds have more purity to them as they sustain. And that's more or less what I'm up to with that stuff. So I feel like the next thing I'm going to want to do is throw another log on my fire. It's warmer out here at the moment, so it's not as bitterly cold as it was all last week. But I'm going to throw another log on the fire. drag over my analog timing device. And I'm going to make my first cup of espresso. I'll see how it sits with me, like how well that works. And we're going to dig into my notebook here and start to do something in Godot. And I'm just going to put a little time into seeing what I can make happen there. It's another game idea that I'd like to pursue. And there's a bunch of sort of foundational work it needs, and I'll see whether I can get that going. So while I do that, I've got some stuff that I can do, and this might be a bit of fun. Leave you with that and see where that goes. mentioned that I generated a lot of more reverb mixes. We're not going to do that today because it's going to be hours of just fine. You don't always have to share that on the screen. Fine. But I did another thing that I was looking forward to, and I should be able to show you that, which will help my future music. Gamma, this is a collaboration, kind of. I'll get back to you. So here's the secret with that. See what it says? Colin Benders. That's where you should go for that kind of stuff. And I'm always excited when he's like live streaming or whatever. He does this thing which I try to avoid, which is dive into this stuff, do it a whole bunch, reach amazing heights, and then have to quit for 2 years. Now I'm working on, like, whatever I do, even if it doesn't reach heights like that, being able to persist for longer. But that is a Colin Bender's live modular synth jam. He is a guy that has a synthesizer wall 12 times the size of mine. Oh, Igor. Well, that is unfortunate. I don't know what to do to change that. Anyways, the Colin Bender's thing. He was doing a live stream, and I was also doing live streams. I was trying to get into the swing of modular music making after Colin played, just to sort of potentially be there in case he was sending people off to somebody else's stream. I did not, if I do that, I have nothing I can do. I do not know of a thing that I can do. If you know of a thing that I can do, I could try to do it. I don't know of a thing I can do. So this was Colin playing, and me playing it through my modular system and stream, and then adding my stuff on top of it. So like the melody line was me, which does not mean it's necessarily good. Not everybody might like that, but in fact, it's literally a guitar. Well, if you showed up for the stream earlier, you might have heard one that would be kind of like that. I have a new short bus coming out. I showed it earlier. That's interesting. Well, we could do some of that. Anyways, this was me jamming along to a Colin stream and then switching over to more afterwards. Like, this is what Colin sometimes does. Mel. He just ramped up to like 200 BPM and beyond. Which is fun. So when you have this, Colin is the rhythmic thumping and all the background, but all the melody line is me. And that wasn't in his original stream. It's just adding a little something else to it. And then as he would go into like total meltdown mode, I don't think that's a very good bit, but I think it improves. The note in there is Colin. That's one of his Macbeths. It's a dual oscillator where they can cross-modulate each other. So he has a good way of making particular kinds of noises that way. And so yeah, like most of this folder is live jams that I did that were no longer on the internet. And I've got this kind of stuff that I can throw on. Like this one was pretty good, pentagrammatical. Yeah, previous one, that was Colin. This is all me. Back in the day, I would do live streaming. I'd be doing this, and by the time it ramped up to doing something really good, there'd be like 2 people, and I would find that discouraging. Mel, that stuff is going to come with other console versions, and not really be what you describe, so much as it's going to be my EQ designs based around the rough cutoff frequencies that existed in those. So it's not going to be what you think, but it will probably be better than you have, depending upon how you're using these things. So this is more of a jam that I had. It's a little over an hour. These were live performed through the Heritage Audio mixer and captured to that, and made to be exactly the length that would fit on a CD, as if it was like this was the concert for that day, and then I could make a CD of it if I wanted. Right now I can probably improve on K Cathedral. It might not be like I talked about that in the most recent video, and then people said actually I like it, so we're not necessarily going to replace in place Cathedral. Weird stuff. Here's a more recent one that I did. Nuke and Pave. Some of these I've listened to in my car. Some of them have been good enough that I was able to listen to it going places. Nuke and Pave was thoroughly a techno jam. In theory, I could do stuff like this, but I'm a little more interested in doing stuff into Reaper in song form, or simply not approaching it from just a live performance only. Here, I got this. This is fun. So what a zone like that is doing is I have multiple Zox boxes and I had multiple O-coasts, which are currently up here. And I had stereo Zox box cross-modulating O-coast and back again. And was doing stuff like that. And yeah, it's got its neat qualities. I always want to do more. Thing about like when Mel says lots of people want me to do APIs, SSL, Neve, EMI, EQs, that is a interesting prospect, because part of what I'm doing is intentionally boiling down that stuff into simpler forms. Like if you went, is console MC actually a MCI console EQ? You would say no. And that's because there's a, let me, hang on, I'll remove, this little SD card is what I'm going to be scouring for gold foil reverb sounds. The MCI console EQ had a bunch of stuff going on with it that people can do their normal DAW stuff to be like, this is the sound of the distortion of this part of the circuit. This is the sound of this circuit. Here's all the switches for the frequency responses and stuff. And they model all that stuff and then put pictures of the console onto their interfaces, and it doesn't actually sound or feel anything like the real thing. So what I'm doing is stripping away a lot of the refinements, a lot of the details around what happens there. And instead of that, let me just begin doing these things. We're going to be working on Howling from the Moon, and we'll see whether that works properly or not. And we'll see what we've got going on with this as we kind of develop it. Got specific intentions among some of this stuff. It's just a question of whether it's working, whether I've got the window on the screen correctly, a bunch of things like that. There we are. So the idea is people didn't go into these studios and make great albums by mastering the circuitry. People went into these studios and made great albums because there were technicians helping them do the sounds that they wanted within the context of what was available. And certain things like the mid peak on the MCI, that's a significant, the way that works, kind of like a wah pedal, you really can zero in on fairly tight bands, which is unusual for an early console like that. That has its place, but then at the same time, to fixate on that is a big mistake. And what I'll be doing regarding API is not honestly high on my list, although it the reason is because API was a big leap forward in terms of the flexibility of the EQ and the steepness of the bands and how effectively you could do DAW-like things. And everybody can do DAW-like things now, so if you want an API, just use your console, use your DAW as EQ, and that will give you the comparable amount of control over the sound that people got really excited about when API was the first place you could really get that. Neve, that's another story, because that was back to your simpler forms of EQ. It wasn't like SSL grade sophistication, but that also has a tendency of throwing odd harmonics onto things. So I'm pretty sure Shortbus is going to find its way into a Neve model. EMI Red is going to involve a whole bunch of trying to get more tubiness out of it. Whole bunch of like sinew or whatever. There's going to be slew processing going on. And all of that is just deeply color shaping and finding ways of doing that stuff with a degree of subtlety so that there's still some fidelity to the sound, but having it throw on a lot of that effect. Yeah, and none of it's happening right away, although probably I'm going to be pursuing the EMI Red just to throw some of those distortion things in there, see what I can get. I feel like there were particular idiosyncrasies about that console that could be emulated, like something that I've read about back in the day it was like you had your channels and they had some EQ control, but not so much. But then there was like a 10K shelf, but that was only on the bus. Like, well, I can absolutely make something like that happen. I can give you a 10K shelf that's only on the bus and probably even make it sound good. And then the way that you work with it is getting similar effects from albums that we're familiar with, because you're constrained by the same kind of constraints that the original engineers dealt with. And also, like, if your 10K lift is on the bus, it's applying to everything across the board, meaning that it's going to limit you somewhat as far as applying it to inappropriate things and then dialing that back, but it's also going to expand the way that it mixes. There's a lot of possibility around doing that. The thing that I'm exploring here is relatively basic. It's just a test bed for me beginning to try to deal with certain things. And I'm not even sure what that necessarily does, but I bet it's how this works. Or not. So what we've got here is this. What kind of node is this? I'm just trying to figure out what even is happening here. I just made a percent sign go away, and I'm not really quite sure why it was there in the first place. Let's run this again and see if I just broke it. If we even can. Nope. I did just break it. I'm not actually sure what that was in the first place, other than it's a node based off another node. It has a, see here, what might there be there? Like, that's a list of things that I've done. I wonder if I have a revert. Reload saved scene. I don't see that ampersand, and I'm not really quite sure what that was about. It did something and now it won't run without crashing. So like I had a little something going on and then it stopped working. So we've got a script here. It's this script. It says base UI. Get image. Node not found. Ampersand mun. So if that did that, what if rather than having that be ampersand mun, I just try to use this and see what it does? Nope. So maybe, what if we do this? Nope. What if we do this? Maybe it's not ampersand I needed to use. Remembering vaguely that this $sign means go and deal with a thing in the interface. That said, it is not necessarily going to work, and in fact it did not. That's a null instance. So that ampersand, I'm going to have to poke around on the internet, I think. We're going to set this over here and be ready to nodes and scenes, scenes and nodes. Tree is overwhelming my search so badly that it doesn't even... I wonder whether I'm doing something that's deeply inappropriate and shouldn't be done with that. This might be one of those days where I really would have to drink a lot of coffee to be able to keep up with what this is supposed to be. Which is funny because I'm only just starting. So that's ominous. But then at the same time, it's like, well, whatever. It is what it is. We will see what we will see. We're only about an hour into the stream, so it's kind of like we'll see what ends up happening. At any rate, I do have stuff here, and it's saying things like mood X, mood Y, and mood Z. That's because this notebook and this stuff I'm talking about, I want to do a sort of dwarf fortressy thing, but I'm trying to do it based on an image. I would like to do a pretend lunar colony based on this map, which is from NASA data, and I can show that visually, but then maybe also make another image which is tunnels and builds and things that creatures in the game can use to move around on, and or like move the thing. See, this says the moon data. That is a texture. We're importing it as a texture 2D, although we could import it as an image, honestly. We're not generating any maps. We're probably not going to want to compress it in any way. Let's see how this does. Maybe I've broken the whole thing so completely that I have to rebuild it from scratch. Nope, there it is. So I have kind of a sense of what I want to make happen with all of this. And what we saw earlier, when I ran this once and then it died, was being able to push a button and kind of get this node that had something associated with it, and it has a script on it. I've even got it commented a little bit so it says what it's doing. When it says X is free idea, that's part of the dwarf fortressy nature of this. It's like I'm wanting to do a population sim here. So there's going to be a whole batch of different species. That's not the important thing right now. The important thing is getting the base concepts going. And this is supposed to give me 1 pixel out of this image. And that's supposed to randomize it to some extent. So our button lives here. And then this had been that. So why was it that? That's the question. I know I'm working in GDScript for the moment. We're looking through here and seeing whether any of this does anything. We're not using a modulus operator, that's the thing. That couldn't actually be a modulus operator because it was showing up in the node window. So if I can find out what that did back when I did it, I might have a shot at continuing onwards with the thing that I'm doing. By the way, if anybody wants to chat plugins, I'm more than happy to have that going along at the same time. Probably what will happen is the back of my brain will eventually deliver the answer. Ooh, and one of the things that we are interested in is the fact that we're talking about arrays. I know that that's part of what happened. Scripts are never freed. That's probably current, so yeah, that's still a thing. I don't see what I need to see here. That symbol is going to be the bane of my existence until we figure it out. GDScript arrays. Not what I was looking for. Oh, hi, typed array tutorial. Could this be what I'm trying to do, is a typed array? The trouble with this is that I cannot actually, oh, stop that. Shouldn't have closed that window. See, I was doing this. So what is it that made that node show that I can't get it back now if I reload the thing? Although I have not saved. Yeah, don't save. Let's see if we can open that again and what happens. It converted it. One of the things that happens is now I have to mess. Oh, no. So I know I just have to mess with the size of my windows, but it didn't actually help at all. That's unfortunate. Okay, so let's put that back. We are still 0 for 0. And it still dies when it tries to run. And in fact, I must have saved it under this condition. But it had said this, and then it also had the % here. Oh, hello. I see you. %, accesses unique name. If you click on it, it goes the heck away. Hi. Yes, I'll access you as unique name. Let's see if it works. Wouldn't that be exciting? Hi, it works. So what did I just do? I swear to God, I'm going to make another cup of espresso if it's like this early on. But point being, what did I just do? Well, I pushed the button. This button contains a variable, which is x, and it starts as 0. It's going to increase by 1. This means like literally nothing at this point, so don't care. We're only testing things out. and Y has to do with calling another, like var out access as unique thing. This means I can access this as a unique thing. Random, that goes to this script. Here's the script. And this also has a variable inside it, so when you open it up, it goes and gets this image. Hello. Okay, so further ideas. If I go to here, but then I import it as an image and not a texture, because I see a chain of things here saying get texture, get image. Why don't I just open it as an image? I'm kind of only using it as that. Maybe it'll stop it displaying in the interface. Let's find out. So now we've imported that as an image. Now if we look at it, we don't actually see it. But we didn't see it either because it was off the screen. So that's a bit of a moot point. We don't care that we can't see that. Texture rect, we're not actually using this for anything. Except for interesting. Okay, so change type. You're going to be a texture rect, sure enough. Why am I in all caps? You cannot actually do an image. It has to be a texture rect. So we're not going to be worried about that so much. But I do have, this is imported as an image. So if I was to drag it in again, so if I was to remove that and then drag it in again, this gets imported as an image. But then if I drag it into the scene as it's being called an image, what happens? Nothing. So it's not actually a texture rect. But, so that's not a node either. But if it's not actually a texture, see, I'm wondering whether I can do something to cause this. Still figuring out the details. Sometime it's like, granted I could go through grinding through a million reverb matrices and sort of by hand testing and checking all of them. That gives you some sense of what doing this is like, being Chris from Airwindows and doing these things. And I always say, hey, you can do this. This is also doing a good example of that, because this is what I have to go through on all of this kind of stuff. Like, I want to experiment with this, but instead I'm dealing with just what are textures, what are images, how does GDScript deal with this and that and the other. And so I'm going to do another little look-see. The default action is to import images as textures. Well, what if you don't? I'm importing it as an image. What happens? You can do get pixel. Okay, so how do I reference what I have imported? because I am in fact literally doing get pixel. And I'm thinking about using this big old map as just a reference for various things, so that I can make a game map like on, on Dwarf Fortress or whatever. That being a reference that I've got for a thing that it can be like, I could do a roughness map. Any of these things, I have basically 0 to 255 per channel, I believe. So packed byte array from image. Let's search inside this. So we can go there. But what I'm looking for here is some way of opening an image and saying, hi, packed byte array, you're this image. Work from this. This is a bunch of stuff other than that. I'm not sure I've ever been able to make it be this big, and I've tried. So how about load from file? Oh, that's not actually solving my problem, though. And let's see if we can drag something in from the interface and up. Nice. Okay, so it populated that. That is actually the thing that I need to use. So then, I feel like in doing this, I'm loading the file twice and making it up twice in memory, which is probably kind of what it is. Let's see if that worked. I do not see a load from file, although it is showing up in blue. Why is this? Because I need underscores. That's why. So I would imagine that if it didn't color code it, that would be better, because it color coded it, making it think as if that was something I could legitimately do, which was not true. Also, that's a null value. Why is that? I can't have it be equals load from file. That's no good. Although the file is, in fact, this is never going to work. Nope. It's a string. So if I was to, I got to turn this into a node, or technically I got to turn this into an image, and it's being imported as an image. UID, eh? Okay, now I've got a UID, whatever that is. That's never going to work. Oh my God. Oh, that looks terrible. What do we got here? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, we are on a track to nowhere here. This becomes like an ongoing comedy routine of Chris derping around with this stuff. Honestly, anybody who is building the Godot engine should be watching these so that they can watch me fail and see what like a imaginative person that doesn't know what the hell they're doing would do with all this. Because I'm just trying to make a image. What if I go... What if I do that? And then it should make something that's not a null. Nope. Yeah, so somehow I have to make that be a thing. And let's see. So image load from... Oh, hello. Maybe this does run all by itself. Huh? Static on the end implies it doesn't need an instance to be called, so it can be called directly using the class name. This is the class name, or is this a function name? Let's find out what happens if we just do it, if we just do the thing. Never mind, moon image. This is not going to work. Nope. See, that doesn't point to anything. That doesn't do anything. Also, moon image is not a thing. So how about we do it this way? Does that run all by itself? No. Not found in base self. So what does base self mean? You know what? I'm making my other cup of coffee. Me failing this hard is making everybody go away, and that's disheartening, but can't let that get me down. Whether my extreme dumbness is causing everybody to flee is a moot point. It doesn't affect the fact that I got to get through and figure out how to make these things work. Only then can I start doing the stuff that I do. So the fire's probably fine. I'm getting another cup of coffee, and we're going to get a little farther with this. Oh, Brendan, why thank you. Because that's part of, I mean, some of that stuff I feel that's important. When I make up a catchphrase like, I'm Chris from Airwindows and you can do this, I mean it, but in order to do that, sometimes you have to be able to approach it in the way that I have to approach it. I have to deal with this stuff constantly. Part of it is inadequacies on my part, but then a lot of the times the people that are very, very adequate and know all of this stuff inside out aren't able to have the ideas that I have, and they're doing other stuff that doesn't work as well. So it's pursuing the, and here's me finishing my writing, It's pursuing the challenges of this stuff, but I think it's learnable, and I think it's important. There's also this sort of vague woo-woo spiritual level of being able to cope with that and how that relates to who you are as a person and how you cope with a life of unending frustration and whether there is worth to that. Like, what is it worth? What do you get? Does that open up things that wouldn't be available otherwise? Stuff like that. There's a lot. So I will be back in a moment with another little espresso, and we'll see what we can make happen here. I feel like you can probably hear me making the coffee in the background, certain clinkings and noises that happen. Also, I forgot to turn on the coffee water, so it's going to take me a little bit longer, long enough for me to throw another log on the fire, which is probably going to cover me for a little while because it's just not as cold as it has been. Let me go back and continue doing that, and I'll get back to you. I apologize I don't have music playing this time. Probably will in the future. Alrighty though. Oh, Brennan, the only person that likes watching me fumble through it and he leaves. Okay. Well, shucks, we'll see what even those who are here and are not liking that. I've got my cup of coffee. I've got another log on the fire. Let us continue forth and see what can happen here. For instance, we just did this. That's not what we want. Is this a thing? No, it is not. Well, it's a packed byte array. Can you do load from file on a packed byte array? Nope. So doing that, it's not found. In base self. So how are you even supposed to use this? Creates a new image. Beg your pardon. So load from file. How are you even supposed to use that? Let's search a little further. Does it show up here? Oh, we can create an image. So that might be neat. So var image equals image new. We can presumably do this. Once we have that, then we do load from file and so on. Thought I fumble fingered that a little bit, but not as much as I thought. It has a tendency of throwing stuff up in my path. That's one thing I found very frustrating. And look at that. Look at that we got there. So let's see what happened. What did we do in order to make this work? We're doing an image new, but that it has no dimensions. At this stage, image has no dimensions. It's not actually a thing. It's just a kind of intellectual object. Then making it load from file, we had to create it first, but then we can make it be the moondata PNG. And then we can do moondata equals image get data. And that assigns it to the byte array. We also have a function here. See, where are we at? Base UI. Both of these are the base UI script. Hello. There's only one scene, so they're both only the script. It's the only one. So there's not much here. I don't know why this has the script on it. That seems weird. We do need to have it be the unique name. This is like I think that's a singleton pattern. This making the unique name thing. So if I detach the script from this is now just the unique name. Does it still run or does it break? I feel like it should still run. It does not still run. Interesting. That was like a separate script, but now I don't know where it went. What happened? I've only got this one base UI script. I can't actually find the other one, and it doesn't go to it. Okay. Let's step back. What is this? Why is it showing as base UI scene when this is a separate script? It says extended node. These are different things. Why are they not showing as distinct things? Is it because I only have the one scene? Now if I do this, what happens? Well, it can't do that, can it? Okay, Godot is freaking me out again. I got it working, but it's freaking me out again. It says base UI, but I can go to two separate scripts and they don't seem to be labeled separately. That's weird. How am I supposed to get access to the two scripts? Is it just that they're button GD and moon GD, but it won't show it in the script tab? That seems useless. If I drag this up here, does it give me... I think what I'm looking at here is if I go to script, it can only show scenes. It can only show scenes and it can't actually show scripts, but what I'm switching between is button GD and mun GD, which technically what that means is if I detach the script, then it won't run. But then if I take mun GD and drag it onto there, that also will attach the script, and then I can go to it. But I can't actually see it unless there's a scene open. But we're not looking at the scene, we're looking at the script, meaning that if I go save from base UI here, or change something there, that didn't count. And now I've changed button GD. But it's not giving me any indication that I should save it. Godot, seriously now. Don't be doing me this way, Godot. You're making no sense, Godot. Oh, you're making no sense. That said, I do have the capacity to go to these places, so there's that. I could also make another thing, which is attach script, at which point it will give me a camera 2G GD script, which has nothing in it. And it seems to remember that it was supposed to be there, but that's actually not true. We're not keeping that. Do we break everything? No, we have successfully not broke everything. So, like, what else? I'm trying to get to this. That's going to involve reading and writing stuff. So where were we at? That's not what I want to do. To click on the script to get anywhere with it. This is my data thing. I'm pretty sure that it means singleton. That is not actually what I thought it was going to be. Let me see, what do we have here? Revoke unique name. Does this relate? Oh, okay, scene unique nodes. That's getting more like what we're talking about. Access as unique name. Sure enough, this is the stuff that was happening. That also means we can use this from anywhere, and that's useful. So that's how we relate to this object with whatever is in it. What the object has in it is a packed byte array and anything else I want to attach to it. That said, it is not the camera, it is not the canvas layer. The canvas layer we're not actually even seeing at the moment. Canvas layer is what's holding the button and text edit. That's how we attach that stuff to something. It's like canvas layer is what this stuff sits on. And we removed this texture. So let's see if we can visualize this stuff a little bit more. Let's attach a texture to the camera. Excuse me. Huh. Well, I suppose that could work. Might not be what I want. These are my options. You can't actually see all of them. So I maybe want to do some of this programmatically. Let's tuck this up over there. That's weird that it's texture rect rather than texture 2D. It was texture 2D before and it wasn't showing me. Let's see. How about you go away? I don't think that was what I wanted. Add child node. No, it's still... Node 2D. I swear I had a texture 2D. Alrighty, how about... inherited by... Maybe it was the image texture? Oh, we have some code. We got some code. Sprite 2D, maybe that's what I had. Maybe I was having a Sprite 2D. So we'll add that on the camera. It appears to live nowhere, but nope, that's not it. But we can move it around a bit, very awkwardly. There. Now that is just stark raving empty, but it is in fact our Sprite 2D. We can barely even select it, much less move it. In fact, I'm not sure we can move it directly. But if we go back to some of this other stuff, like for instance button, let's make something where only once pressing it do we create the thing for this. Ah, but we don't have image, do we? But we have our singleton, which is not really a singleton. It's just what I'm calling it. So create from image. And image texture, create from image. Click the wrong thing. We probably have this. It probably is persistent. Let's firstly see if we have that as persistent. Only then can we worry about doing anything else with it. Did it work? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. What we have is a packed byte array. So now we're going to look up packed byte array again. And do our thing of producing an image from it. This stuff here is what it gives back. So I can have the packed byte array. This return part is what it's giving me back, and I need it to give me back a image. I do not see how it's going to do that. Huh. We sure have a bunch of stuff, but none of them are giving me an image. Image from packed byte array. So this is a method of image. That's a get region, but it's on image. Load from file, we already did that. Here's our formats. Maybe I'm going about this all wrong. Oh, no. This gives you an image starting from packed byte array. Huh. I have to be careful with all the guzzling of coffee because while I try to do this, there is that, but then at the same time, if I guzzle the coffee too unheedingly, I could just topple over dead one day. That would not be an effective use of time. rect2i is probably a vector. It's an integer vector. So tell you what, if we go about this a little bit differently, we'll keep two of these in memory at the same time, but we're using them kind of differently. That said, I don't like it. I don't like this. And we're not going to be doing that. So instead I need to move that right over here. And then I need to get rid of this. And then in theory this will work. Or will it? Well, hang on. I didn't actually want to get rid of that, did I? Let's try it again. And that's not on, but we're trying to find out whether this other thing even works. So up, and that's not on either. Back to something that works. So next, what we've got here is we have these, which means we have that and we have that. They're distinct separate things. We're starting by creating this. We're creating that. Both of these are creating things. We end up with both of them at the same time. This part might not be what I want, which means decode U8. Can I do this from actually an image rather than from the moon data? We'll save that for a moment. See, the deal with the data is that I'm able to read it pixel by pixel across the entire image. It's a very, very large size. And in theory, that should work. I don't know to what extent I really need to have it be just a giant train of stuff. So if I was to do this instead of that, let's say we're doing it from moon image instead of moon data. Is there a decode U8 living like in that? I doubt it. Nope. But there is a get data in there, so we can just add another level of. I wonder how efficient this is. Like, is it generating an entire other thing inside itself? That said, that should work. It did. So we can do that. Do we need to have this? Seeing as we're no longer directly accessing that, does this still work? Hello. Okay. So we're able to work directly with the image file, but not, I should stop talking. There's nobody here watching. It's one of those days. That said, me talking myself through it has its own merits. Go into mumble mode, right? So let's ditch that stuff then. We can work directly with the image file. So there exists in Potentia a giant array of all of our image data. It can just get read that way. I don't know whether this is creating other stuff in memory when doing it. So having done that, we called it moon image. Let's see what we can make happen and whether this does anything. Nope, died. It died. And this would be because that sprite 2D lives elsewhere. How much does it live elsewhere? How about how do I make this step down? Get parent. This is the same as get node. If I do this, nope. If I do this, is it happy with that? Kinda. But it died. Nope, doesn't like it. Set index texture. Copy node path. What if we do this? The variable is still apparently a nothing, although it's not crashing here. The value is an image texture. Nope, it's still dying. It's still dying. I've done this before. We are having big problems with, I don't even need to have a breakpoint there. What's it even doing? Why are you doing that? Do we have a go away breakpoint? I don't want you. Maybe that's it. I think it made a place where it crashed, right? So that's a place where it crashed. This is a sprite 2D. It doesn't have a texture of its own. I can do new image texture. We're supposed to be able to just apply it this way, but I'm not even sure if I'm accessing it correctly. Let's try running this again, seeing what happens this time. Sure enough, it crashed and died. So base null instance, value of null instance. So this variable is apparently not a thing. If I skip that part and just try to do it directly, then what happens? We still have multiple null instances? Yep, they're all null instances. So image texture, create from image, moon image is just straight up a null instance, even though this is actually a thing. So maybe I can apply it here. If I try to do the other thing, but I do it here, go away. Then what? Oh, it didn't like that. Oh, it didn't like that at all. Image texture create from image. We already have this. Nope. Oh, doesn't like any of this stuff. It's not a happy camper. Let's try to redirect it a little bit. Oh, that's wrong. So if we try to do that, okay, I don't see anything, but it didn't crash that time. Interesting. So we should have this, and we successfully made connection to here. So if that's then empty texture, then what? Okay, it runs, but we can't see anything. And we have errors. Image is empty. Returning 0. Was it at least doing the math? Yes, it is. So this is connecting to the weird stuff that it's doing is connecting to the underlying image that I made. So there's that, but I seem to be unable to make a sprite 2D that's showing anything. This thing's position is here. Its scale is thus and so. It starts with an empty texture, and I am not successfully making a texture that draws on the screen. There's my problem for the moment. Is my camera at fault? That camera should be showing these dimensions. So far that stuff looks okay. So texture equals so if I make it have an image texture and try to do the same thing, nope, we're not showing anything. But we were able to do this and it didn't die. So then, if I put that in the script for the button, which I get by clicking here, not there. So there I had to go down a step. We already know that's not, but that should be. And this doesn't necessarily connect to anything. It compiled and worked there, but it didn't do anything. But we could reach this without having a problem from here. So we got to go, see, button is at the same level as camera 2D. So maybe we don't actually need now what do we got? Does it die? Yes, it does. Everything's a null instance now. What if we try that? Nope. Nope, everything dies, everything blows up. So what's going on? Why did it work there but not show, but not work here and not show? We're going to save this and suffer a little bit by opening other... What do I even have that works with images, for God's sake? I know that my generator works with images. I would like to know if I can see that without closing all of this. I would have to shuffle the screens around like mad. Very frustrating. Can I maybe, do I have, no, I don't have a Godot image. Is my fire running out? Kinda. I just want to draw this on the screen, for heaven's sake. Well, that has to be there. This not able to be there. We could test and see whether we're able to get here. If this dies, I had something else going on. Nope, that doesn't die. So we can do this stuff, but we can't refer to well, if that's a child of this, then something else is going to break, but not for long. Because then it's a child of this. So then we can do that. And then this part could be expressed like this. That being a child of that. Then do I still have two nulls? No, I don't. I have something else. That's an invalid get index. Well, here's another way to get to things. So it looks like Sprite CD is selected, but I'm actually on the button script, even though it doesn't show. It looks like the other thing is selected. I could even have Moon selected, but actually be on the button script, even though it looks as if I would be on this script, but that's actually this. So that's more than a little frustrating and weird. But if we're on button, we went to text edit from there. So get parent, get node, text edit. So it'd be get parent, get node, I think. Actually, hang on. Let's put it back there again, which means this other part's going to break again. Sure enough. But then this is the place I didn't want to do this, and so I was just testing to see if any of it could possibly work, and it didn't show anything. So having done that, now I can do this, and if I go to here, oh hi, this part works now, kind of. The problem is, it kind of works and kind of super doesn't, because it's absolutely not showing anything. I can't make it show anything. It's supposed to be visible. What if it's got a canvas-sided material? Nope. That's still not visible. Well, we successfully made a variable, so we may as well use it. Okay. This is supposed to work. This is supposed to work. Oh, hi. Prefer to load and import textures using this? instead of loading them from within the file system with image load, as it may not work. Well, it's not imported. Do this. You can go back and forth again. I'm trying to render on screen. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Doing the simplest thing. That's what I'm using. It's supposed to work. See, I'd like to be doing some of these things in a way that's not horribly inefficient. Let me put another log on my fire. At this stage, I'm talking to ghosts and or talking to people who are watching this much later on. We have lost all of the audience. So we're at the point of derping around in Godot and setting things on fire. And you know, that's okay. This is January. It's been a rough year. It's being a rough January. And I'm gradually getting through to where I have any ability to do anything. The one person who enjoyed watching me struggle with things is gone. And yeah. And I've had 2 espressos, and I shouldn't really have any more. I shouldn't let myself have any more. Just rinsing out the ring of stale coffee in here. So update. This is the kind of thing that I'll want to be doing, except for I can't currently do anything. So yay. But for the time being, here's where we're at. I got a sprite 2D. I can run this stuff. I'm updating the sprite 2D, which is floating around here somewhere, but it is not an image. I can click that, but it doesn't give me the script I need. So the choice of which script I'm actually working with is mysterious. So the other possibility is to work with the images based on it being an image texture directly. There's the question. Because I'd like to work from this as a set of packed byte array. I would like it to be packed byte array. I can in fact make it be packed byte array. That is why my random function works. Is I'm working with it as a packed byte array. But there's this like appalling change, because I'm going to be like if I had a image and I meant to be doing like Conway's life, which is what this is going to end up looking like. I have an idea in there that I need to express by being able to work with individual pixels and read their numbers. That's what it needs to do. So there's where I'm stuck. There's where I'm stuck right there. Is the fact that I have this image It's my data file. Hang on a second. I have a expectorant. Will help with the coughs. Yeah, man. Yeah, at this state, I had people here at one point. I could have shown them the control that I just added to my guitar, and that's an exciting thing. The guitar performing better is a cool thing, but it doesn't really matter very much now. So we are in the zone of like trying to make this work and make some kind of sense. So let's go right back. Let's dial all this back. All of this is being really frustrating and unpleasant. Let's do that over again. Oh, hello, texture 2D array. What are you? Let's find out. That's not actually what I typed. Nope, it needs to be all one word. Now what? Oh, that's not what I want at all. Not even slightly. Huh. That's like a movie. Or indeed a range of things. All that is a bank of texture 2Ds, presumably for animating. I don't honestly see why you would want that ever. This, on the other hand, might just be what I want. So let's go back here and see for a minute what kind of thing we might be able to make happen. Hello, why do you claim to be 0 by 0 dimensions? That makes no damn sense, sir. That would explain a lot about why it wasn't showing anything, but that's crazy. What, why? Why would you even say that you were 0 by 0 pixels? That can't be true. In fact, if I drag you into the interface, yeah, don't show up anywhere, huh? Or do you? Let's delete that. We've got import thing, texture 2D. We had it as appropriate amounts. We do not have an alpha channel. It's trying to deal with this giant file. Struggling with it more in a little bit. So, now if I drag this into the window, what do we get? Hi! We told it to be a texture 2D, and now it is. And if we run, guess what? It crashes and dies, but it showed it. So there's that. This stuff is no longer even slightly what we're interested in. However, everything else is going to crash and die now. So let's see what we can do as far as making it not be dead. Because we made it so that it can show that, but this ain't going to work. he says as he does it, and it works. What? That's super weird. What even just happened? We've got a texture 2D. It's called this. And here's our singleton thing. Oh, it was loading it from the file. So at that, we've got it separately. We dragged it in, and so now that's its name. So now rather than having it be loaded twice, let's see if random can... Like, can we attach this to this? Or like the camera or something. Well, we just moved it, so now what happens? We moved it and it still works, but that's because we're loading it from here. So instead, we have got a sprite 2D, and it has a texture. That should be a child of this, so it should be there. If this works, I don't need to make the separate moon image. Nope, did not like it. So base sprite, how about get texture? Look at that pile of stuff. Look at that pile of nonsense. But that's the correct pile of nonsense. Yeah, so like at this point I'm talking for anybody who is watching this after the fact, because this is going up on the channel regardless. Sometimes maybe it is just a little bit of example for how maybe you should stick around patiently as we walk through the pile of nonsense and get through, because this is, again, well, that's not supposed to be there. So if this runs, we go in a little bit farther. Alrighty. So we can move this probably. If we simplify this part. Oh wait, no, we can't do that, can we? Never mind. That has to be updatable. And when we ran this, what happens? So some of this stuff, yeah, that's fine, but I don't think I need to worry about it right now. This mood X, mood Y, and mood Z is all part of me trying to get multiple things going on out of a single number. It's all well and good, but we ain't not even close to there yet. Also, that's a little crazy. Look, we're using it and then immediately reverting it again. If we didn't do this, what happens? We're getting an increasing number and a bunch of randomness. And then it's showing this, which is the resulting from what we were doing. We go directly to here. Yeah, we have that funny thing, and we have whatever these numbers that are showing, although I don't know why I'm seeing them twice. That's the darkness level. That's the brightness level of the underlying thing. So then what I wonder is whether I can start editing moon data also. Firstly, let's go here and mess with this. Now we're seeing this corner, and that should be representing the numbers we're moving along. So at that point, can we in fact update the imagery? Also, let's play with this. Y4 gives me this. 113, 118, 112, 154. 2 gives me 108, 144, 134, 87. What's happening here is this is my method for having repeatable banks of random numbers that are consistent. Like what I can do here is refer to a given x at any point and then reach a given y at any point and come up with a consistent random number that will always be the same. So I have that many random numbers, which is a very large number of them, but then I also have another level upon which I can apply it. And this revert thing, the reason it's showing twice is I'm just confirming that this back again gives me the original number again. So that actually not important or useful. But this is kind of what I was shooting for. And I'm getting random numbers, and they're giving me these what I'm calling personality variables. But what I'm not getting to see is whether it's updating this stuff at all, because I'm not trying to update this stuff at all. So the reason I'm doing that is because I'm looking to have stuff set up in such a way, this is all so fundamental, but it is at least unusual. Rather than having it be a pseudo-random number generator based on true randomness, what's happening is I have this random number generator that's based on this image. As pretty much a grayscale. And what that means is I've got a lot of random numbers that are hovering around the middle there, ways of making it be more unusual, and then just vanishingly small areas of unusual, like I'm setting up a sort of population thing going on where the way this generates stuff, there's vanishingly small numbers of unusual genomes. This is hard to explain, but the idea is that rather than just generate it off of strictly random numbers in which everything is more or less equally likely or unlikely, I want to do a seed database which has a large number of organisms for the simulation. And yet some of the stuff that they are working from is extremely unusual. And I don't want to know how the stuff is set up. I don't want to generate it from the beginning and just have this banks and banks of numbers and things that I set up in advance. I want to work it out by accident. I want to have the black spots on this moon map represent unusual characteristics that show up just occasionally. And that's what I was doing when I first started doing this. In the process of getting through all this stuff. And it's led me here. So we're going to leave some of these comments. I think I was testing this statement. We're going to leave that alone for the time being. This, not so much. I don't think I need that part. So now here's the thing. Can I start moving this around? Oh, hey, I just changed that. Does it do anything? Sure does. So offset. So offset is where it's actually displaying, hey, Mel, hey, you're the only one other than anybody who might be watching afterwards. I successfully did this. It runs. You can't actually see it right now. It's loading a number from off of this picture. And if I move the picture over to here, like offset. So let's see, if I go here, and rather than just running this, I display it. That's probably doing something. And then if I click on this, we get like Sprite 2D texture and then offset, which is probably part of texture. Let's see what this, no, it's meant to be offset. Textures, drawing offset. So I should be able to move this around. but I have to do a, well, let's see whether any of this does anything and works. So if this actually does anything, it might move the position of this as I click the button. If that does it, then I'll be able to do something with it. Nope, it died. So what if, rather than acting like that was an attribute of mun, we'd do it as if it is a child, which it is. We're now claiming it to be a child. Hi there. Hi. It's moving across the screen. That's kind of what I had in mind. So then we can do a fun little thing which might look amusing. That was not the thing I meant to do. Can I undo and undo? That gets me there. Copy is what I had in mind. So now what's going to happen is, since we're able to move the thing around, if I hit the button, it's going to jump around kind of randomly. It's not doing it very briskly, but it's doing it. And this represents the way that I can access random values in here. Now, another thing that I can do, which might be amusing, is scale it. I think I can scale it. Ah, transform. There we go. We'll reset the transform. Now it's neatly in that spot. We'll make it be tiny and over here. And now our offsetting is hardly visible because we're scaling it, and the scaling is happening after the offsetting. So maybe transform is where I would be doing that. Rather than offset, be transform position. So let's give that a try. Now what do we got? Might not even work. Nope, it didn't work. And that is because transform to D needs a vector 2. At least I'm pretty sure transform needs a vector 2. I think I can read that, but I can't actually write it. Should be careful with this because Godot is fussy about white space. Okay, let's see whether we get anything out of that. Maybe not, but I'm pretty sure it was looking for, yep, it was looking for a thing. What if we do this? That help? No, it's still not happy with me. It doesn't want the index transform set with that. Maybe we're calling it position? That gonna be it? Nope, doesn't like that. What are we even looking at here? Transform position. Okay, so in theory, no 2D transform position. Scale is much what we were doing before, but so I should be able to bounce this around, but I'm not able to do it quite that way. So let's simplify this a lot. Can you do that? How about trying to do that? Nope, it doesn't like it. Invalid get index position, huh? Why? Or maybe it's position underscore x? Upset index x. If I'm trying to do an autocomplete, what does it suggest? This is not good for autocompletes, but oh no, we're kind of not talking about anything, are we? Can you give me an autocomplete? I kind of suspect it's going to fight me. But that's not it. Nope. It's an invalid set index. These are not what I want to see. Not even slightly. Oh gosh, no. Oh man. This is exactly the problem I'm running into. I'm working with 2D, not 3D transforms. Oh gosh. Really? That can't be right. Well, what if you did origin? Now what have we got? Huh? Well, dang it. Look at that. And now if I do this another time, we get bouncing around a lot more randomly. It's chugging a bit, though. This is not an efficient way, and that's unfortunate because it needs to be much more efficient to be useful to me. But we've got our itty-bitty little thing moving around, and we're reading off of this very image. So that worked. Then we can make it much bigger. And it kind of runs this around like this. Which also implies we can work on the image. So how should we go about doing that? So are you still happy with this then? Nope. I've got this in another program. Oh, hi, we'll use you. We'll just use you. Now what do we got? Does it do anything? I don't see anything. It didn't die, but I don't see anything. This will slow it down a whole bunch, but in theory, oh, no. Let's have it be darker. We got a alpha of 1. Boy, is it grinding. This is not going to be an efficient way of doing things. Plus, I don't see any changes. See, what this is supposed to be doing is this is supposed to be drawing something on this that I can see. I'm supposed to be able to change what this image is. I don't see that happening, and it's grinding real slow. Tell you what, I am going to go and use my facilities. So give me a second, I'll play some music. This is my mood in music today. Okay, that's about enough of that nonsense. I thought I was going to take more time. That's one way of chasing everybody away. See, this is the funny thing. In order to come out with something that's actually good, I have to go through this like all day long, day after day, week after week, month after month. I have to grind away at that sort of nonsense, or the suffering I've been doing in Godot all morning and will be continuing to do for the rest of the day, to get to where I can get the thing that I want. Because the thing that I want is through a pile of nonsense, usually. That's just kind of how it works. Like, this is still running. And we are able to update that, but we're not able to redraw it. So the question is, can I make the texture reload? So this stuff presumably is getting called. This is pretty low-level stuff. And it's going back and forth between the GPU and the CPU constantly, which is why this is so slow. That's exactly the problem I'm running into. Why is that pixel not working for me? Because mine's not working either. So what's happening? This is a big mess. Interesting. So I got to do stuff something like this. Man, I really need to not be working on this way. This whole concept of trying to do it using textures is a giant pile of hurt. It's not good. I know I can create a packed byte array. Like what's basically happening, every time I do anything in this situation, I'm successfully reading bytes off of the image that you see on screen, and I'm even moving the image around on screen. I'm able to read the grayscale values, or indeed they could be RGB for all the difference it would make. I think it is in fact RGB. It's reading it as RGB even if it's not. I'm able to use those values to create new random numbers and stuff. I'm able to write to the texture, but then the texture has to be written back to the image at the size it is with an intermediate image. And this is about as big of a file as you could ask for. So it's a mess. This is a mess. I can't do every tiny little thing on a giant, humongous, like everything can't be generating intermediate textures the size of that map. Anybody who's watching this, you saw the size of the map. That's super not going to work. I need to make a viewport that's the size of the texture and have that be what can be redrawn. So that's a whole other thing. That is. Which is making me wonder if I can generate another little texture that's not as big as all that. And also draw it on the screen. I've done that before. I've done that with another one of the Godot programs. How's that fire doing? Fire's doing reasonably okay. I've done this before. I've done it with one of the Godot programs. I'm just having a problem with this. So here's this. The data is a 2D texture. I could also just have it be an image. Dimensions is insane, but the problem is everything is having to go back and forth between the GPU and the CPU. It's being kept as a compressed texture, but that's not really... Like, what if I tell you you're a image? What happens? Other than everything breaks. I know everything's going to break. That's not even a question. Thing is, if everything breaks, then I have a image on the screen that no longer relates to anything. And then also this stuff in here, guess what? We don't actually have to get texture anymore. That can be simplified right down, but then none of this is going to work. Actually, that'll probably still work, but that's not going to be a thing. So do we still run? Nope. Because the base is still Sprite 2D. Why is the base... Oh, because I need to change this. Well, that's weird. What's that about? Why can't I load that as an image? How do I spell this stuff out? What other things can we do? Boy, messy, ugly, ugly and messy. So that ain't even a thing. That ain't even a thing. This gets loaded as a resource. And this has something to do with what I did before, long time ago. History. That's useless. What's it even think it's doing? It's freaking out. Are we literally doing an undo, going back all the way to that? That's a horrifying thing. Why would you even do that? Why would you ever do that? Yeah, I broke it. I think I broke it forever. Everything's broken forever. And remember, I wanted to do this stuff. I wanted to do this stuff. We're not even close to doing this stuff. We've spent countless hours struggling to do anything that made sense. And now I broke it. It's dead. Let's force everything to quit and see what we have left when we go back. And of course it crashed as well as quit. Cool. We'll make that quit. And then let's start everything over and see what the pile of broken crap is. Resizing the window as always. If we even can. Oh, hi. Look at you. Okay, let's see how bad it is. What kind of thing are you? You're a Sprite 2D still. Do we die in a working state? Not quite, no. Okay, if we do this, how close are we to a working state? Not very close at all. This is why it was running so badly. We can't have this. We can't have a situation where it's up and everything's a null instance too. Okay, everything's broken forever. What do we got? That's being imported as an image now. So here's the thing. If I completely abandon the idea of moving around the picture as a picture, if I just straight up open it as a image and only an image, well, there's a problem though, I think. I don't think we actually get to resave this. And that's a bit of a problem. Like we deleted that before. Like we drag this in here. There's a thing. So I killed everything by going to history and clicking a thing. That's what I'm going to want to not do. It's not go to history and click a thing. I'm also wondering whether maybe it would be better to do some of this experimenting on a smaller file. So I'm starting from what I want to work with because I have that data file. But a bunch of this stuff just isn't going to be convenient that way. I really don't want to load all of this stuff over and over again in different forms. I really don't want to, but having it be an image at all means placing it on the screen. I've got other stuff that places things on the screen. What else can I do? I can go here, and I know this draws stuff. Halt draws stuff. So if I opened that with BBEdit, is it a human readable form? Kind of is. Okay. All right. So this is a little bit farther than I thought I was going to have. In fact, I like that. It's quite human readable. That said, I'm a little disturbed at how I'm not actually seeing. Oh, I don't know why. It's not updating the image in Halt anymore. It updates and creates images in Search. Here's where I might. Please stop being weight this larger than the size of the screen, please. Please stop being that. So here's the thing that we can do. In fact, we'll even call it display. This means nothings. And we are on this, yes. And in Func Ready, now we have something. But we don't want it that size. We want it a more manageable size. And we can draw on that, and we can also move it around. What? Oh, I shouldn't have capitalized. That's better. Now with this, there's our get pixel and set pixel. And there we have a texture rect. So we should create one here. Oh, wrong place. Now, that's just straight up blank, if I'm not mistaken. It lives there. Oh, maybe it's not as blank as I thought. I can even move it around a little tiny bit. I don't remember whether I needed to create something in here. We'll put it at the bottom corner of that for now. Then what we did here was, let's see, where is that? Where is that? Something kind of like this. But that's not actually, that doesn't make any sense. But if it was in a place where it made sense, like here perhaps, we don't actually want get parent. We do have display living inside this, so there's that. Well, let's see whether anything happens. Nope, didn't like it. Didn't like it. Well, that's a child of this, and so therefore we can refer to it in the same shorthand as the other thing. So that becomes that. Now what? Oh, didn't like it. Didn't like it. It should be able to talk to either of these things. We should have a display available. Oh, it's just dying here. That's all. Why don't you just return instead of crashing and see if I can at least draw a picture? Nope. Don't like this either. Nope, nope, nope. Let's see if we can make a red square appear. Oh boy. We're very unhappy, aren't we? We are a very unhappy baby. What are you doing? Oh, it's not returning in anything. Oh boy. So where did we leave off? That's an image. It's being imported as an image. As such, it should be able to do that, and it'll do something. The question is, will it? No, because the base is sprite 2D. How can the base be sprite 2D when the base is image? What the actual hell? Okay, so we're loading it as image, but then this thing is actually existing as something else. Not only that, I can't change the format to be image because that doesn't give me an image. It's not a node. Image is not a node. So what has to happen is var I see a white space that doesn't belong. That's the stuff that comes and gets you sometimes. So Yes, yes. Very good. And from that, yes, yes. Okay. So we don't need this to be here anymore because it is not actually serving any purpose whatsoever. If that loads an image and we can read it from here, then this bit might work. Not quite, but we're getting there. That's because this is no longer a node. That's directing to a node. Instead, we want the image that we have created and placed there. Hey, got there. This might not look like much, but man, it's been a long way getting here. I am so pleased at the result of that I'm almost tempted to go and make another cup of coffee, feeling like we're moving. Wouldn't that be exciting to be moving? Wouldn't that be interesting? So now that we have this, what else can we do? Well, these things belong to this. Meaning that maybe I can do, let's see whether that works. Now let's see what happens. Oh, don't want to do that. Get the texture of what is a texture. What do we got? Didn't like it. It did not like that at all. What even is this now? It is a texture rect. We're able to draw it on the screen. It has a texture. I don't see a transform here. I don't see much of anything there, in fact. Doesn't have a control parent? You don't say. Layout transform. Size and position. So does that mean if I say layout, that'll do something? We can but try. Nope, doesn't like that either. Yeah, so this is not a happy camper, but on the other hand, I'm getting a little more than I did before. So what if, instead of that stuff, scale it back a bit? Nope, it's not happy with that. Well, if we ignore all of this, we can't move this texture rect any longer. We don't know what we're doing, but this would be drawing on it. Nope. Because we don't have an... Hang on a second. Oh, wait. Texture rect is my display screen. That's not even the thing that's being updated. There's no sense in trying to read from that. We're trying to refer to display that lives in here. Kind of like that. And we've done this before. Let's see what happens. Okay, it didn't change a damn thing, but is that because we're redrawing it every time? Shouldn't be. It's returning our numbers. It's returning our numbers from the moon data. And it's not throwing an error from trying to draw on that. So, which is being drawn right here. If I made it be this, what happens? Hello. Look at you. That's interacting. That's kind of what I had in mind here. Let's go and find where I resized that so much and reset it, but not as much as all that. Let's set it there. We can kind of just barely see pixels changing there. Okay. Bit by bit we progress. Oh, also I'm going to double check that I'm still getting numbers correctly. Yep. I'm still loading numbers. They're off of the base layer. They're not off of this new image, which is fine. So yeah, bit by bit we progress. So we're updating that every time, but we don't necessarily want to do it that way. We could make another function. That might not be unreasonable. I wonder what this H means. What if we just have RGBA? Does that still work? Nope. It needs to be H. I felt kind of like I know what that is, but why has it got the extra letter? Tell you what. Yeah, we got multiple pixels. So if we keep at this long enough, that red square will get just a tiny little bit darker. Why is it drawing the way that it is? We got a 128 by 128. How about we make it bigger? There, we can see things a little bit easier now. We're just bouncing around, updating our little texture. We're updating it a little quicker now. Let's make a diagonal line come from the corner, like this. That suggests that we are in fact connecting to it. Not only that, check this out. I think I've sized this incorrectly. And I know what to do to change that. The values I'm returning are actually 0 to 255. So, white spots on black. Since the values are 0 to 255, what we're seeing is a plot of my not actually randomness function with a little diagonal coming from the edge. And it's just waiting for me to click on every single one of them. And it's updating on the screen rather nicely. So we can control that little window. And in fact, I think I could make it be even bigger than that. Let's update that. Oh. So now we can see this pretty clearly. I wonder if I can repeatedly click it. Well, I could always just throw in a loop. Or do multiples. Hang on, what just happened? Let's not do that. Here's how the pseudo-random thing works. And how quickly it can work compared to with what I had before. We're drawing a bunch of these spots in. And these are all pseudo-random values based around the underlying image, which I don't actually have shown very effectively, but I can. And they are producing the occasional outliers, but mostly it's producing, see, there's a spot way the heck over here, but mostly the randomness occupies a very constricted range. I wonder if I can just boost that even more. Can I make a nice little... So we got this. That's kind of updating each time. Let's not have that be part of the random, okay? Oh, I made a mistake. I used to say this. And then it literally just only says that. That should settle down in a moment. Very good. And now if we do random, we're talking something else and referring directly to image, but without trying to write to it, and that lives in CPU. Whereas draw display is literally just updating the texture. But that can be called from elsewhere. So we could call it from button. And I had a for loop in here for t equals int. And we'll just do a bunch of display set pixels. X actually lives here, but that's not necessarily what we want. However, we'll fix that. Oops. Then having done that, not random, but what did I call it? What did I call that? Draw display. That's what I called it. Doesn't return anything. That should work. What do we got? Ooh. Look at that. Also, we are not updating anything, so if we do that, and then we do x to x plus 8192, now we start filling things in even more rapidly. That happened admirably quickly. Boom, 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 boom. This is the shape. Look at how fast it's going. That's much better. Did you remember how badly it was this morning? And look at how well this is. Look at it go. Good baby. Every little click is thousands of lookups, except for that now it's doing it the way it's supposed to do. And look, we've got an extreme over here. We've got a couple of extremes over here. And it's just cranking away. And the larger the numbers go, there's areas just never get filled in. But there we have it. So I think where this has led us is good enough to justify grabbing another cup of coffee and just doing a mad dash for the end of the day. As fun as it is to get stuck for incredibly long, I think it's more fun to actually do something. So what we're going to do is I'm going to move stream audio to where I can see it, and it's not on that. And we're going to pick a nice spacey sound. Alrighty. Back we go. So we've got stuff happening. So my question becomes now, I can load that image as a background texture. What if I draw from that image onto something else? Can I even do that? We can find out. Because we've now established we can use munrandom to produce a whole set of random numbers from that particular thing. And what that's doing is this. The farther we go, the more intense it is. We can change the colors. Oh, hi. Are we getting that pop-up menu again? No? Are you going to offer me a... No? Oh. That's how that works. You type it and then it gives you some more options on top of that. All right. So we can do this. And that is the picture of the randomness coming from the underlying database that I've got. And that database is a grayscale PNG. I think it's grayscale. It's being loaded as RGB, but that's not actually conveying anything. I don't think you can modify it, although maybe you can. And then we're reading numbers from it to produce random values. At no point are we writing it back out again. So here's another question. Here's how we're doing it. We can create our little 256 by 256. We can fill it. Moon data can be loaded. Moon data can be edited. So, and that's from, and we can also refer to display, and we can also run draw display. If that is so, then can we go over here and mess with the image that we have, which should be, it's not a texture 2D. So it's not in the GPU. So, what would happen if instead of this, or if in addition to this, what do we call it? They're both images, should be able to write to both of them. We can write to the one, should be able to write to the other. Oh. Except for we're drawing entirely black. This we don't see, nor will it probably do anything noticeable, but we might be able to there are many questions. What happens? I can already see something that's happening. Do you see the lines over here? That is a feature of us drawing to the base layer, and everything is shifting and changing inside there rather than staying the same. We're changing the underlying data, and we're making these lines because these are an artifact of us drawing a lot of black in. If we don't do this, what? Let's start over. If we don't do this, see, that needs to be that. Then we run the same thing, but see how it's not drawing the lines on the edges? And that's because we're not spamming the base random source with black pixels. When we spam the base random source with black pixels, running this over and over again so fast, it begins to return lots more black pixels that translate into those lines on the edges. They just show up, but that's not happening. So we've now established that we can edit that underlying image, which is the big picture of everything. Now, what happens if we do this instead? Same thing. That, in theory, should make it be a color. Then we draw the color. So if this works, getPixel should return a color. It's at that position, and then setPixel uses the color that we've just got. Does this work or does it fail? Look at that. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it. There's just this bare shading there, but we might be able to change something about that. getPixel. Let's scale right up. Are we going to go off the edge of the thing? I don't know, but it's time to find out. Looks like we did. How about 128 size? How's that grab you? It went straight off the edge. We're getting a pixel that's much bigger because we were scaling way in. We still kind of are. Yeah. Our size is not fitting very conveniently onto this. That's okay. Scale it right back to 32. Now we're taking a random sampling, and look at that. And we're looking at the underlying graphic, even though we're only taking random samplings. It's reproducing what's in that underlying graphic. Okay, now we get somewhere. We could also oh, we're scaling by this. That's fine. No, I don't think we need to learn anything more from this. This is in functioning form at this time. So the only remaining question, because we have that is correct. What are you doing? Please don't do that. I beg of you, please don't do that. You're messing with my head. Thank you. So we can do this. We could also try to blit over a section. What are my options? Draw rect. Only used in 2D rendering. That seems good. Okay. So here's the deal. Oh, here I am. Here's the deal. I want to try to draw from the underlying map data, possibly only one channel of it, to the resulting display that shows on the screen, and then update it. Although I could simply do another routine that just splits it over and lives in the display thingy. That's not going to be useful. That has canvas items. We're not talking about that stuff. What are we talking about? Well, hang on. Where are we going? What are we doing? Display image. We're actually drawing stuff directly on images, so we want to copy from an image to another image. And then draw display is the only point where we have to care about the texture. We don't care about that part at all. It's only Godot that cares about that, so I'm in the wrong place. This is the place I should be looking for. I'm copying from one image to another image, and only later do those get converted to textures. So this is looking better already. Look at that, copy from, huh? Copy source image to this image. Well, gosh. That's probably going to clip. Let's see what it does. Oh, we didn't even do that yet. Let's see what it does. Oh, goodness gracious me. Okay, so it changed the size of the image I'm coming from. It turned it into a giant image. That's actually not what I was planning, but it's very clever. So copy from, not actually what we want. Instead, we want to copy it and crop it. Let's go back up to where we can find all of this stuff. So copy from, actually not what I wanted. Blit rect looks a lot closer to what I want. Clip to both image bounds. Good, good. I'm pretty sure they have the same format. Rect2IA. These are the things that should be doing the job for me. Now, what does it want? Image, and then comma, comma, couple of things. Vector 2i. And we want a rect 2i. What the heck is that going to be? Let's find out. Okay, so we'll just directly create that. 0, 0, 256, 256. Okay. So you should be able to do this, yes? See what you do. Oh, didn't like it. 13.5. Call arguments? Oh, there we go. It's supposed to be there. Try that again. Okay, we're drawing something and I see textured under there, but that's not actually what I had in mind. So draw display is splitting, or is it? If we have this be vector 2i00, then what do we get? No, we're kind of still drawing this. It's supposed to be able to draw from this. From source, add coordinates, destination, so that's fine, I guess. It should be drawing at 0, 0. From source to this at these coordinates. From the moon data to display at these coordinates. Yeah, should be able to draw over. What's up? What if we assume we need to step into it? No, we're still kind of... We still got just a bunch of black there. It's not blitting direct. It's not copying from source image. Do they have to be the same size? It's the same format, I thought. Copy from works, but it makes it huge. Create from data would in theory work. Oh, we can do get region. Well, shucks, maybe that's closer to what I want. How about trying that? Which would mean we would go back to copy from, but get region. I don't want to be all caps. What am I doing? Is that a function of an image? As in it would live there, meaning it wouldn't live here. wouldn't have that. Oops. And then you do that. So copy from, and then at get region, and the region is defined as a rect, and it's 256 by 256, meaning that display should, okay, let's see if this works. Alrighty then. That looks like a piece of image. But if we offset it, do we get a different piece of image? I think that does look like a different piece of image. Now that I have it used in a thing, we bring that thing in. This no longer does anything, and this will increment by 1. So if this works, that other stuff won't matter, and it will be stepping along like this. And now we're panning slowly across the surface of the moon. Alrighty then. Now that we're doing this, whoops, we're going to do this. Is that the way we do that? What did we have with it before? How were we doing that before? Oh, dot black. That's how it's done. Now, we ooch across, but we are kind of drawing that every step of the way as it scrolls off screen, because we're not updating that part. So the next step is to scroll that across as well. So now as we go, we will have a line that begins with this, but then as we go, we're increasingly drawing on the underlying info as we go across. So it's going to spread out, and it's acting like a little brush, and it's hitting the same thing each time. We're not further randomizing it, but we could. All we got to do is add X each step of the way. And now that brush will randomize as well as being offset. except for it's not. Interesting. Huh. What's up with that? That's interesting. Didn't expect that one. Oh, we're not doing much in the way of new here. However, there sure is one way of making it be forced to try new things. Now, unless it crashes, which it might. Nope, we're good. We've got a truly random batch of new things as it scrolls across and goes over. And as we are doing this, we are also going to be drawing more zeros from our randomness, which means we are filling in stuff along the edge more than we started with. And that's how this goes. This is drawing on the underlying image. So many questions and many answers. Let's step this back. If we do a much smaller one, that's what we get as we start scooching across like that. That's established. We don't need that anymore. Now we're not scrolling, we're just updating. Now we can build in a, speaking of scrolling, maybe we can put in some scroll bars or something. For that matter, I see no reason why I can't go in and change, assuming I can, project settings. Now if we run this, here we go. And it is neatly filling the screen, much like one of the previous ones that I did. So if I continue this process, and then I think I'm going to have to go into the inspector for this one. Position gets updated, and this gets updated. Let's see what we got. Do we have it neatly fill in the whole screen? Yup. So now we've got a background image depicting the visual world that we have here, which we're reading numbers off of. None of the rest of this stuff does anything. Although it would be sure fun if I could click and drag and scroll the whole thing around. I don't know whether I can do that. I could try. That'd be an interesting thing to experiment with. Godot, click and drag. Drag the camera around is more or less what I have in mind. That's not much in the way of information, is it? That's not all that old. That's a bunch of stuff I don't need to care about very much. Maybe that's not fundamentally in my attention at the moment. Some of this stuff is running effectively enough that it could be in a physics process or update. That said, I'm wondering what I have here that's even running an update for physics. Like, some of this stuff isn't even part of a script. Only scripts I have are these. I do not have a script for this. Although we could make one. Let's see if it makes a script which gives me timing and stuff. Up, called every frame. That's kind of the idea. So we got a camera 2D script. This is, in theory, able to call the same thing I'm calling here. Namely, mundraw display. Let's see what happens when we run this. It seems to be fine. I think this is now a dynamic, live updatable thing. So on that note, we can test that assumption by doing something a little funky. Here we have Moon's internal stuff, including the way that it's rendering that image, and it has all of the data inside itself. So I don't want to use internal Godot names for things. What shall we call it? What shall we call it? Think integers will work? Maybe? I don't know. So when we start up, and every time we hit draw display, well, no, we've got access to this as well. So let's see, firstly, we start from, let's see, across would be longitude, because much like Jimmy Buffett's thing, changes in attitudes, changes in latitudes, he's talking about going south. So longitude is the one I'm interested in. I'm pretty sure this can go to unreasonable positions, and that's fine for now. Now all we got to do is up moon longitude. Sorry. No, I should say sorry. I just made a mistake. Oh, it's not declared in the current scope? Yes, it is. Now, what happens? When we run this, does it immediately scroll diagonally until it crashes or runs out of data? Sure does. Yup. Okay. This is getting somewhere. This is actually getting somewhere. Now we've got an interface that shows this giant moon map without necessarily grinding too hard to do it. And it will run until it has gone too far, at which point I think it's going to draw black rather than failing to draw anything at all. And it's a pretty big map. It's meant to be like this size. The idea is that it's going to run in such a way where it seems like an extremely large space, and it should draw the map using only one channel and then maybe use the other channels for every pixel for some purpose. And that's the end of the story. We got no more map left there. So off we go. So camera, I'm just glancing at my stove. It's not that cold, so we're doing pretty good, but what I'm now thinking is a way of scooting around on this and locking it at its boundaries. So rather than just +1 or -1, what I'm going to want to do is have little retro rockets powered by the arrow keys which involves going to, like we can do all of this stuff with in process, delta. We could be running a physics process, but we're not actually running the physics engine, nor will we need to. We don't actually have to run the physics engine for this. It can just run on the frame rate. So let's throw another log on the fire and then continue with this stuff. Honestly, as grueling as the day has been, in the sense of not being exciting to watch, and bits, oh, I forgot to put the damper on, so that's an inefficient use of wood stove right there. Go figure. That's the challenge with some of this stuff. You start working on things and then you can't think and you start making dumb mistakes. Thankfully, this is not a serious dumb mistake. Say unserious dumb mistake. One that doesn't have particularly bad consequences. It's nothing more than a briefly inefficient use of wood stove that's about to go back to efficient momentarily. Just like that. So, I'm going to be using separate horizontal and vertical speeds for this. And that, the camera motion stuff lives in the camera. It's not going to live in the world or whatever. The map that I'm drawing lives in the world, but the camera motion lives elsewhere. Also, I am really wondering whether I can have camera position stuff, like here's our new screen size. So this could also be done by clicking on buttons. And this canvas layer stuff, the text edit, not what I'd actually call important, nor is it sensitive to where it lives. So we can have that sitting anywhere. We could have button sitting anywhere. And this now gives us a repositioning. Oh, they moved up here. How'd that happen? I would have thought that that would be living elsewhere. That's funny. What's going on with that? Oh, I see. That's what the actual size is. And this doesn't actually correspond. I had that camera positioned wrongly. Now we have this. That camera was scaled a factor of 2x. Don't need or want that. And this is still working. Very good, very good. Now if we've repositioned these, they will appear where I expect them to appear. Sure enough. So far so good. So we got to go into the cameras script and go and find code from balls up. Where did I operate that stuff? Tanker GD? Don't need to be worried about the display things. Instead, we're thinking about this stuff. Here's where I got some of this happening. Physics process delta. So I don't need physics process because we're not actually using any physics engine in here. And the bits of it, the bits of this that matter, stuff like this. None of that's going to matter, but I can strip it right out again. So we're going to do this stuff before updating this display. Wow. Okay, that's very messy. Let's straighten some of this mess out before even doing anything else. No, wait, that does need to be indented one more than that. Fine. But none of this is going to matter, so we're not keeping any of that. Or this. Or this. Or that. And that should give us what we need. Let's be a little silly. Cam velocity X and cam velocity Y. Voila. Now I've instantiated that. Alrighty. So it should not choke on this. This is just not correct yet. And it has not choked on it, but it is not correct yet. So let's see what we get from using raw delta. If that don't work, we'll scale it some. Then latitude gets this added, and then longitude gets this added. In theory, this will just work now. Let's see what we get. Takes a while to kick in. I think it needs an integer. Okay, so there's that. Longitude and latitude are... Yeah, that can't be integers, otherwise it'll never get moving. So let's go back over here. And if we just only do that, we're able to get it to jump around. And we're able to get it to go back. We could make it be a lot zippier than this, although, and we're able to get it to go off of the screen. So we're going to want to clamp that. Let's go back over to where we're doing that stuff. Let's make it a lot zippier. Let's take a minute and zip around a little bit. Whoosh, away we go. We are flying across the surface of this moon. Right off the edge, and we're gone. So now what we got to do is clamp this. It's now afloat, so we might as well treat it as a float. Now the next question is, how big is this then? Our image is not just 1920 by 1080. Our image is a bunch bigger than that. Well, I can do one very hacky way of doing it. So now that I have done this thing, and also, let's see, it's going to be right, so left is going to be the limit there. So we're only going to drift. We're stopped at the edge. But then we are only printing the longitudes and latitudes when we try to go back. So I can do 2 runs. And then one of them can be going across, seeing how far that needs to go. And then as soon as I see it run out, I quickly hit the other direction just once and then quit. So away we go. So 14.9 something. Let me show this in File Manager. If I open this sucker in Clip Studio Paint, what's the dimensions of this anyway? 16,384. Okay, so I think I might have my numbers right now. And I think, yep, it's a single color. It's a grayscale, so it's not going to eat too much data considering how huge it is. And let's see. So 4 minus 1920. 14,464. And the latitude's going to be, let's see, (7,112). Well, let's find out how right we are. Oh, we could bounce off the edges. That might be amusing. We can but try. Goodbye, Clip Studio Paint. Wait. No. Stop that. Stop that. Thank you. We can make it bounce more gently in a minute. But this should make our little fella bounce off of, oh, actually, you know something? I can do this better. Let's see if it works firstly. Boing. Very nice. Boing. And then off this way. And boing. Cool. So now we are flying like crazy across this whole map, which is the surface of the moon, in order to see the things that are present in it. I would call that a good start. What I was saying as far as improving matters, Oh, let's not print debug it anymore. We don't need it. Print debug, nope. Print debug, nope. It's fine. So if cam velocity x, if it's less than 0, it always needs to be positive. Oh, we don't have abs, do we? What do we have? Alrighty then. And if we're beyond, it has to always be negative, so we're going to force it to be negative. Fabs is C. This is not using the C language. This is using GD script. GD script is not doing that. And if latitude is less than 0, then that velocity always has to be positive. This stops us from being stuck off the side with the polarity of it constantly flipping around. And then it always has to be negative if it is this. And that should work exactly the same, but is more technically correct for pathological cases. And kaboink, kaboink. And so off we go. Cruising faster and faster, covering the surface of the moon at an astronomical rate. We can chill that out though. There's our speed. Having applied that, we can also go there. Actually, hang on a second. Here's something else we can do. Delta is a very small number typically. We'll just use that. Let's see how much drag this is. Might be kind of a lot, might be not all that much. But this is now scaled to refresh rate. All this stuff is scaled to refresh rate. So that now also gives us a top speed. Next thing is figuring out how to do this in such a way that my grayscale image, which has been loaded as RGB, can display one or another of the channels, because I'm pretty sure I've got 3 channels, and swap around between which one I'm using. That could also be a keyboard control. There's my display, there's my moon data. I am pretty sure when I go and look at image file opens as image. I don't think we actually have grayscale images. I think it's going to open as just RGB. Even though that's not actually correct, because this is not an RGB PNG. But I think maybe it's Display is definitely not. Display is RGB plus alpha channel. I'm now thinking of things I might be able to do with the alpha channel, seeing as we're doing it this way, but I'm not sure that's necessarily... Still, it's more fun now that I have like stuff scrolling around and moving and such. It was less fun when it was just stuck and we couldn't do anything visually attractive, but this is more fun. So here we have our data thing. Here we are reading moon data. Oh, interesting. Some of the stuff that I could do with this underlying image would change the randomness. That's interesting. Is that bad? I don't know. That would change this. Let's quickly go in and do a thing. Whoa, what am I doing? We'll go right in and do this thing, and then return that. That should be pretty much exactly the same for our purposes. Test text. Yep. So we're getting random numbers that are depicted on here somewhere. That said, we now have the chance of trying to do something else. What else can we do? So the moon data, oh, hang on. No, you're fine. I just haven't finished typing this yet. Calm down. So that's an image. But get data returns a packed byte array. Yes, yes. G for get data. That does indeed return a packed byte array, but that's not the only thing we might want to do. So if instead of trying to do that, we don't bother with the packed byte array, but start returning something else. Because packed byte array is strictly about trying to return each channel one at a time, which is not necessarily what I want. So blah, 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 bloody blue, that's fine, that's fine. I'm going to want, I think, get pixel. There it is. It's going to return a color. So let's see what we got. Okay, so this is me figuring out how this stuff works. It's going to be XY. This is going to change. Yeah, we need more arguments. I believe that is still the number of, well, no, it isn't, is it? I think maybe I need to open up the other thing again. And then maybe write this down on something. This is a ponderous program to do it in, but hang on. Okay, back with a piece of paper to write on. 16384 by 8192. Very good. Is that going to even fit in my pathetic little pocket calculator? We'll find out. You know, that's the correct number. So I think I understand part of the issues I was having. I got the right number, but that's a pixel number. And when I look at bytes, we're actually looking at something else. So this number is still correct for certain things. I'll put int equals x. It's going to be an int. X is going to be mod 16384. And then this part stays. So it wraps if it becomes a real problem. But then divide it by 8192. And then we can't actually assign a pixel to int, but that's not a problem because we have something else in mind. So that made a color. So since that made a color, I can assign the color to something. And in fact, I can specify which thing I want. So Z can be the thing that I want. I'm satisfied that that's going to be fine. The get pixel part ought to work. This specifies that it's going to be a color. I'll just punch that in there. Some of these things can be speeded up by typing them. See, it says var output int. So now we have a out color. We've specified that it's a color, so it'll run a little tiny bit faster that way. And let's see now. And we can use Z to specify as well. Put this aside. I don't think I have a select case. Do I have a select case in this? Because that'd be convenient if I did. No, doesn't look like it. I don't think so. Switch statement. Okay, how about Godot switch? It's code execution behavior. I don't see it. If it's there, I don't see it. Alrighty, simple ifs it'll be. What? That's an assignment. Let's see whether you're happy with that. Nope, but not for any reason that matters. There we go. No, let's default it. No, I think I might have I think this might be an RGBA. If it's an RGBA, then it's automatically giving me an alpha channel that I could do things with. Seems foolish to not take advantage of that. Yup. Oh. This language, it does like its little white space thingies. Okay. So now when we call this, we have to include Z, which specifies which channel, R, G, B, or A. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 1, 2, 3, or anything else. 0 will also count as A. Let's run it to find out where we call that, because it's going to crash. And sure enough. And it crashed in a bunch of different places, so 1, 1, 1, 1. In theory, I will actually be able to see where it does this, especially if I do it a whole bunch. Let's find out what I got. Then, boop. Oh, no, it didn't like that. It fell over. Might like this better. Oh, hello. We got something happening now. We are no longer able to update that thing. That's interesting. See, no numbers anymore. What happened? What happened with this? We're able to do this okay, but then we're not. That's supposed to be scaling up. Fine, fine. This is which bank. That's fine too. So why are we, oh, is it because we switched it over to getting a pixel and now it's not behaving properly? Huh. You don't say. Well, y is larger than 0. Here's our pseudo-random thingy, which is going to be repeatable. Z is which one we choose on the output. That should be behaving itself correctly, but outcolor R is not giving us the correct thing, is it? Huh. So here are some separate things. Oh, and we've got a whole bunch of stuff sitting around in the debugger. What's going on? We've got index out of bounds. Interesting. What's going on with this? What's going on with this? We can't have this backwards, can we? What the actual heck? So it was here, certainly. Is my parentheses in the right place? So surely it is. It can't be reading that, right? So this is supposed to be mod this. If I click on here, that's where we get random. We're sure getting a bunch of that. That's weird. So tell you what, let's override this. If it was in fact y causing a problem from this somehow, because it's supposed to be restricted to that and is not, then this should fix it. Now what do we get? Boop. We're getting a bunch of 0. But what? What's up with this? Not worried about that. Oh, and indeed we are not actually. So that's the thing. That's just showing me this. That's fine. We're supposed to be able to update whatever this pixel would be to black. So we're calling this lots. Are we in fact drawing a black stripe anywhere? I see one. It's supposed to be drawing this, and it ain't. What's up with that? Oh, float is, oh, hang on. Whoa. I'm expecting output to go from 0 to 256. This is a 0 to 1 and it's rounding down to 0. That's what's happening. Huh, okay. Now are you going to show me something useful? That's what it was supposed to be. Got it back. Oh, and we're drawing random stuff. See? We are drawing on the underlying to the point where we can go flying across to the other side of the world. Bounce off. Go back, and we'll still have that little random area drawn there once we get there, which will take a little while. There it is. So that's the limit of what we are able to see right there. And this is drawing black on the base of the screen, just like this. Although it's not really getting any farther than it was. That's basically it. Because we're only drawing that thing once. But yeah, we got it back. Question being, why isn't this bit working? It's got to be get pixel. It's supposed to work with this. Output mod 16384 should contain it correctly. But then the lateral part's supposed to be scaled down. Oh wait, hang on. I think I've got this all wrong. I'm using the wrong number, never mind. That's what's happening. Mod is how many times across, but then output would need to be dividing by the across, and only that will give it. Instead, I'm dividing by the height. That's not right at all. That should give me something that only tops out at 8192. Push the button. Boink, boink, boink. And it worked. Got there. Got there. Alrighty. Random function has returned. Thing is, oh yeah, so we are able, well, actually, random function, some of this is not actually even supposed to be the random function, is it? Random draws from one part and only one part of this. Let's start manipulating it in a different way. So here's our process. It's calling mon_drawDisplay. DrawDisplay is just only this. However, if I want to take the texture, image texture, what options do I have for taking only one channel and making it be grayscale? Okay, RGBAH is going to be half precision floating point values. Well, there's a thing. What if I'm loading the image texture? What's it going to... Tell me what the thing is, please. Draw it on something. Format. Thank you. I think that'll do it. Let's see what we got. We are at format 1. What is format 1? Really? Really? Well, that's cool as far as not wasting a bunch of space. Not only that, that means I have access to alpha, but it's only going to be reading luminance. Interesting. And alpha is an 8-bit number. Interesting. So what are we going to do now? That grayscale PNG had an alpha channel. Let's go and start drawing on this. There's our button. There's our moon data. Color black. So what can we make colors out of? Let's go and make colors. As LA8. I guess we can refer to these in each way, huh? R8, G8, B8. Well, that's weird. Those are defaulting to 0. That's defaulting. Okay, so it's defaulting to black. Eh? Float alpha. Float R, G, B, and A. So it's gonna be grayscale. That's okay. It's the idea is it's the moon. So it can be grayscale. I am now curious as to whether we can make that be a color. That should work, right? Or should it? Come on. Wakey, wakey. Oh, equals. Now are you going to be happier? Yes. 0. Oh, wrong button. Come on. So it's going to be blue and alpha of 1. And then the color we said is going to be C. And now we're drawing on that, but what happens if we push the button? It is coming across and showing white. Interesting. So in theory, that should be drawing as blue, but it's not. If we have 0 as the alpha, hang on, slow down, easy there, Sparky. 0 is giving us this sort of gray shade, so I think we are actually drawing, we're not actually able to draw a color onto there. Instead, it's like taking the average. If I do 0.5 in the blue channel, it's also drawing as dark. If all of these are 0.5, and we're drawing as 0, RGBA. So if A defaults to 1, if it's completely opaque, that's a lighter shade. If we're drawing as black, black would have been defined as 0, 0, 0. So for defining this, we're setting the pixel. We're setting the pixel to 0, 0, 0. Transparency is, or alpha is 1. We're now getting black. Then if alpha is 0 when we're drawing that, we're now getting a, presumably that's a transparency color. Oh, I bet that is what it is. It's drawing it transparently now. Which means we're not necessarily touching the surface layer. Hang on. Okay. So we define map color. As getPixel. We define C. If we set up map color, then we're not using C, and it changes nothing. However, so we made a color out of a grayscale, and we can't actually put it back. We can't write to that as a color because it's actually a grayscale, but it does have transparency. We do that, and it can be 0 or it can be 1. We can override it. That becomes similar to what we had before. That gets to draw as black, so we can override it. And then if we draw it as completely transparent, it's black, but then it's also, no, it's still showing, isn't it? So here is more, no, hang on. C. There's the mistake I made. Now, is that going to draw us black or is it going to draw us gray? At 1.0, maybe that is 100% alpha, but at 0.0, that's 100% transparent, that is. So interesting. And that means we have an image that contains this grayscale surface of the moon image, but also a alpha channel that goes between two extremes. Can I draw this at 8? That's not, well, no, let's. Spammy. Let's print that. Spammy, but that's 0. Output overflow. Print less text. Okay. Well, now hang on. A bunch of those were 255s and a bunch of them were zeros. That doesn't make any sense at all. Is it because I've printed on them again? I think it's because I printed on them again. So anytime I can just refer to A8 and it's going to give me a 0 to 255, which is what I wanted in this other place. And so let's go back to there. If I can find it, I bet I can. 8, G8, B8, and A8. None of that actually is going to matter, but it would be nice if it did. And we'll just leave it at that. Okay, so none of that's going to matter because it's grayscale, so we don't care. So we got specifically, if we say 1, it's going to be the grayscale value. If we don't say 1, like 0 or anything else, it's going to be the alpha channel. And they're both expressed as a 256. Let's see how that works. Should work. Yep, there's our values, all right. Same as before. Don't need to worry about that, that's fine. Here's where we're doing something. So, and there's our print debug. It's overflowing. That's fine. Everything is a 0. We can kind of drive the point home that we're dealing with the grayscale like this. So I guess it's just transparency, isn't it? If we tell the transparency to be 1, we're going to see not the map color. Well, let's test that. We're going to override. That's black. Will it show as gray? Yes. So it needs to default to 1 to be the color. So we're using random to grab this stuff. Since we don't get to choose between red, green, or yellow, let's get rid of that again. Alrighty, so random XY gives me a number based on the grayscale. That said, the way this is drawn, I can draw stuff on the alpha channel and it won't take away the randomness of the grayscale above, but it will show on the image. Over my background, whatever that might be, meaning that I can also make the background of the window contain stuff underneath text direct. And that stuff will show through like a little cutout on the screen, whatever it might choose to be. So, that's the background color. I'm pretty sure I can put in a background card. Let's do a thing. This would be my base layer, right? So let's add something. I'm looking for something that is described as a color card. However, might not be a thing like that. Go with 2D. Canvas layer. No, I've already got one of those. I've already got that. Let's look it up online. Yep, gotta be wanting something. So I want to draw a sort of background layer. Viewport. Alrighty, so viewport background color. Go. Property for a viewport to use its own world. Well, I'm talking about a 2D viewport, much like this fellow is saying. Oh, that might be what I'm thinking of, color rect. Ah, project settings, rendering and that's kind of tedious. Pretty sure I'm going to want something else. I see why people are having issues with this. Color rect sounds more like what I'd like to do. Thank you. Alrighty. Transform, one change. Bingo. So, camera 2D, we've specified a color. Do we now see these things drawn in the correct order? Oh look, it kind of shows along the edge a little bit. Having done this, now what do we got if we start trying to make a... Look at that. So can we now do colors underneath what is essentially a grayscale which has transparencies on it? I'm thinking the answer is going to be yes. And that means we can make other stuff show up, and the transparency of this gray can also convey information. Now, there are limits to that, but that gives me like 0 to 255 of data that I can fool with built into this image, built into what we are already carrying as information. And then we can make it be a nice dark black color. Or better yet, let's make it be a pleasing color but not perfectly black so we can kind of see what's happening in here. That's just camera motion. That's more like what we're talking about. That's going to give me my base transparency color again. That's the part that we're reading for the randomness, but we're not going to be reading the, So maybe the next thing is to start fooling with the underlying graphics. See, I'm trying to not make large numbers of additional things going on. Texture rect. Camera TD. Mun. So display texture rect texture. Yeah, so here's our offset. It's drawing on top of things. Remember the beginning of today when I was showing this? It's like a Conway's Life kind of thing going on. And in theory, it could work in such a way that I could take a map even as big as this. And run across that on a pixel by pixel basis, looking for areas of space or like characters, critters, things that I'm dealing with, and running essentially that 2D operation, but over a scale this big. That's kind of the idea. Because the idea is you'd have your little guys kicking around. You'd maybe have a colony of them here. They would live in an empty space like a box cut out of the background. And the image over the top here continues to work as a way of looking up stuff. But then underneath, you would have different pixels that would represent characters that could go around and interact. And then they'd be able to do things like, battle each other, breed, do whatever, move around in empty space. And if they hit a space that was like 255, that was no transparency at all, they would not go there unless there was a condition where Like I've got a couple of different conditions where they'd be able to dig into the walls and thus grow the size of the area. And I could kind of keep track of the maximum range within which this all worked. And maybe that's the next step. And we've got the ability to draw random stuff. So here's our startup. Hey Fotis, too late for what? You've probably done well, Fotis, because this day has been so grueling that I've driven everybody away by being insufferable and boring for large quantities of time. Because I'm in Godot, and I'm learning how to do a video game in Godot, and it's going kind of really poorly. Maybe not all that horribly poorly. Here, check this out. This is what I've got so far. I can zoom around on the surface of the moon. And this is a big, big area. The idea is that I should be able to run a game like this in this big area. But once you get back to where you started, we're sort of up at the top corner here. We bounce a little bit. And we kind of start up here. And the idea is making it in such a way that I can do a Conway's Game of Life type game, but one that I'm going to develop. And I'd like it to be able to exist on a space as large as that, but we're going to start much smaller. This also means I can edit the file and find, because what we've got currently now in that file is I can probably even show it. Hang on. I can open this up in Clip Studio Paint. Part of the idea here is I have this very expansive notion of, here's the surface of the moon. You're dealing with a moon colony and are managing a sort of dwarf fortress-like situation where your folks there are surviving in the context in which they're in. I have a whole backstory, but that's not, it's got to be a game before it can be a backstory. Got names for all these places and stuff, and I can also go to, let's see, I think I can anyway. Stop. No, wrong, bad. I am not sure what it thinks it's doing. There we go. I think I can go to alpha channel, or let's see, view. I'm in color preview settings. Select quick mask. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Cease to be doing that. Here's the thing is I have a expression color which is gray. These are the colors I'm working with. It's being saved as a PNG. However, that PNG is also coming in with an alpha channel. That alpha channel is a whole nother, this is from 0 to 255. If I fool with the histogram, if I could find one, which I probably can't, it'll show a distribution which is mostly these middle grays, and that's part of how I'm doing this thing. But when I export as PNG, it's exporting with an alpha channel, and that alpha channel is 100% opaque right now. It's all of these pixels, exactly as much data as this, but it's meaningless, it's nothing. It opens up in Godot, And in Godot, I'm able to draw all of this stuff, and it's reading the alpha channel as well. Here, I'll just quit out of there. Do not save. Do not steal. And I'm just wondering how I'm going to manage this. The idea is that all of those craters are real craters. They have names. And there was a time, in fact, I have a ginormous printout of lots of pieces of paper taped together of that very image with all these black lines drawn over it, depicting like lunar tunnels connecting places with other places, and there's a whole story around it. There's a lot there. But in order to turn it into a game, what I need to do is be able to have that be built into the saved file. And you start as this detailed tracery of like, here's what I'm going to do. How's my stove? Stove's doing okay. It's fine. This print said it printed as gray and alpha, and that's the part that's useful. And then this part is just what my background looks like. So when we hit ready, one thing we can do is draw on the alpha. And if I do that, so you do not actually care about the alpha channel being semi-transparent. That's the thing. This could be useful. I wonder if I can persuade it to. So standard. Well, these are 3D though. That's a bit of a problem. Alpha scissor is kind of what I'm looking. Let's see what we can do here. Mon text direct. Mon data. Image. Can I tell the image to have a material? It's a 2D image. Image texture. That seems fine. Boy. Material, canvas item material. What if I tell it to be a canvas item material? Then select on that. Looks like I've got blend modes and things. Pre-multiplied alpha. Okay, if I start doing this, I don't think I get to have the scissor mode on this. That's a shame. Oh, light only, huh? What happens if we do this? Do we see anything? Nope. Nope, light only, just I'm getting nothing but this blue color in the background. Unshaded seems legit. Yep. I think the material is not actually going to help. I was wondering whether I could clip all the transparency to be 100% transparent while still being able to read it as data. That's a little frustrating. Apparently you can do it in 3D. Apparently you can make that work in 3D. Huh. I was in the middle of trying something, and I'll tell you what it is. We were able to do this. Oh, stop that. Don't do that. If we copy that and bring it elsewhere, such as where all of this instantiates, there's where we're dealing with this stuff. To 400. We do not actually need the random for that. Or for that. We can instantiate this as loading it up and then writing it again, but with the transparency. In fact, we can do multiple levels of it. This is not set up correctly, but that's okay. And we can even do XY. Hang on. I'll get this right at some point. Once I've got this done, we'll see something at the end. Something that would be much easier to do in a graphics editor if I had one that did the job. That could be in either order. So, it's loading up these pixels in this block, and it is drawing the end result with the same shade of gray, but if I do it correctly, it will replace the transparency with completely transparent. Let's see if it worked. That didn't work at that number, so I'm thinking what I need to do is tell it to be 0.0. And now we can see through to underneath. And we can make it be a lot smaller than that. And that now serves as a window through into whatever is happening underneath the moon's surface. And that'll work across the entire size of all this, which my speed is kind of limited here. So let's make it go faster. That makes it go faster. Kind of like this. We can go right across. We can fire retro rockets and slow down or move around like this. And what's underneath there is not actually blue. In fact, we can, let's see, we can make it do a crazy thing, or indeed get another image of some kind and put it under there, or put sprites under there, have them move around, and they could do their thing without actually interfering with the data encapsulated in the moon graphic there. Only limitation is that my transparency is somewhat limited. So here's what that means. I can have it be bright pink, right? At which point, there we go. And that looks to be pretty static, right? But if I go in to our startup one here, and I set that to 0.9, and that's going to 0 to 255, and then I do that'll force it to be a float. Now I'm going to get a gradient, just like that. And this can sit anywhere on this map, right? But that is containing a underlying data Ooh, I think I can do a fun thing here. Aha. That's going to return me a 0 to 255 divided by, now it's going to look all kind of speckled and stuff. And there you have it. We've instantiated it with a speckly appearance. It's just on the edge there, but that's fine. That is how finely grained our information is. Let's add a bunch. There. Now it's sitting over in the corner. Every single dot that you see in that white square can count as an individual entity. On the overall space, which is this big. I think it's moving a little too fast now. You saw the sort of graininess of that. And let's go back to adjust the motion of all of this. make it about 10 times slower, which is still going to be quite adequate. Now that's as fast as we can go, but we will eventually slow down. It's a little bit more controllable. And yeah, that's the scale of what I'd like to make on this. It's just a question of how practical it is to get it to work. Which also means I could maybe run a program to generate like little tunnels and shapes and things in there, and they would show through to whatever the background color is, which currently is this really bright pink. But it doesn't have to be. We can set it back to this very sort of chill blue, and then it looks quite different. And that shows off the grays more effectively. So the issue with that, the data file we have here, nothing's touching that alpha channel. And it's contained within the file. And about a half an hour away from getting my food thawing out and stuff. Like, this is a way, if I can make it work, of encapsulating this enormous quantity of information just by virtue of how graphics files work. And by enormous quantity, I mean every dot in this square can count as either a space or an entity. Let's go in and do some further things. Like, we're starting with this, right? Here is how we are generating that. We copy it a couple of times. We can do more. I wonder what I can do for a step. We're going to not do Y here. Or random. Instead, we're going to do, I think, a 0. And we can't have this Y here either. So just like that. And that's the bit that would be better to copy. So if I do this, I believe it's going to draw a tunnel. And that can be a tunnel in the moon going from one place to another. Problem being that it is exactly one entity wide. So what I'd be wanting to do, we'll go back to having the Y be there, but it'll be a more controlled environment. So if we have a 4 pixel wide tunnel, looks like this. And again, on the surface of a moon that is this big. And the idea is that's 4 spots wide. In fact, what I can do is zoom in and make a spot. For instance, zero, so we'll say 100 over, no more, like 500 over. 500 over, and instead of 1 to 4, it's going to be like 2. Then we're going to tell that to be 1.0. So now when I do this, it's going to draw that tunnel, but it's going to draw like one thing in the middle of it, which would be a solid block of lunar surface, as if there was a pillar in the middle of the tunnel. And that did not work. And I'll tell you why. It's because I didn't do this bit. Let's grab this and paste this in where it belongs. $500 plus 300. 2 plus 300. $1.0. And instead of being this, it's going to be C. Now if I do that, it should work. And I think I can see just barely, there's a tiny dot right here, but you can't really see it. But that's kind of what I have in mind. The question is, firstly, is there a good way to zoom in on that, and or some kind of window where you can have a telescope zooming in on whatever it is so you can see it. And then fill the virtual moon with all of this wild stuff. Imagine Conway's Game of Life in a space like this. Except for it's not Conway's Game of Life, but it's not dissimilar. And you're trying to mind these populations of creatures living in these spaces, where it starts with just kind of these tunnels going from place to place. I could start with just this corner over here. And it starts processing through and figuring out how they're doing. And you can zoom in like you can in Dwarf Fortress and go like, oh, okay, so this dwarf is named this, and it's like that, and the other thing, and it's married to this dwarf, and they're going along and doing this and that and the other. As you can see, the scale of it, however, is a little bit wild. It might be exaggerated. I might be in over my head, but probably not. There's water there. One thing I am considering is what do we got going on in camera? Mun draw display. Here's ready. Here's how we're drawing those things. We're creating a display. I could have a zoom in, you think? That should have copied. I think the wrong thing was selected. Let's try that again. Actually, duplicate is what I wanted. I know what I'm fixing to do here. Maybe window is the wrong. And that's going to be much smaller. So transform. That's presumably got to transform 2. So if I go back to here, now we've got this guy, and I can actually not click on him directly, but I can shut this off and this off, at which point then I can. We are, let's see, I believe I can calculate that exactly. Pretty close. We'll live with it for now. Might not have that right. Now we set that up as a even closer in image. And everywhere we do this, and we do that. Oh. Don't really need to fill that with black. It's just being started up that way. And then we have to update it. So that's probably not going to do what I expect, but we'll see what it does. Oh, hi. Well, that's not what we intended. But something happened. Oh, hidden. So now we've got the big fella and we've got this little tinier one, and it is not cropping correctly. So what we do there is go back to here, draw display. We do this, create from region, and it should be another image that is kind of just layered over here. But the purpose is to do a magnifying glass and then to draw some of this stuff so that I can show that zoomed in stuff. Hey, before 23. This is a weird day of Godot. You don't mind me saying. So let's see. So if we make a much tinier image, then create from image, does that then make it a tiny box? Hi, look at that. Look at that. We're working wonderfully. We're also drawing at like literally the top point. So instead what we're going to want to do is offset. And the amount that we're going to offset, I believe, is the same as what we were creating when we created it kind of up here, isn't it? Yeah. Or no? No, it was in the interface. Oh, God. Wanting to sneeze really bad for a moment there. Coming along okay, I guess. Let's see. So let's see, plus 540. Plus 960. So that should give me a spyglass. Could do with being a little larger though. Could also do with being a different shape, so maybe what I need to do is mask over it some kind of layer. Firstly, we've just done this, so does it? Seems to work. That said, it's clearly the top corner is its placement. So I would like to maybe reposition that. Anchors preset. What, full rect? Oh God, no, that's not what I want at all. Center. There we go. That's better. Nope. That ain't what I had in mind at all. Oh boy. We're confused as anything, aren't we? What are we doing? Oh, hello. How's that? That looks better. Anchors preset. Nice, there we go. So the next thing to do, since we are at 832 by 412, is go in and make some of this stuff that we just drew where we can see it. Like that, and that, and that, and that. We can move it way the heck over, and it'll be fine. There we go. There's more than enough room to zoom in and see that. Now what we've got is, hi. Look, it's a sort of base. And we can zoom in on the base and see that's not working quite the way I thought it was going to, but it's got something. Something's going on there. Okay, so spyglass. Scale that sucker up. Make it a slightly larger image. Positioning seems fine. I am probably going to want to trim it in some way or overlay something. And here's this interesting side effect, which is that the transparency is there to kind of see through to whatever is underneath it. So what we've got here is multiple layers of transparency for areas that are meant to be transparent. And it makes it look real interesting. Got multiple levels of transparency going on. That's not as expected. In fact, let's go in, because all this is coming out of relatively little data. Like, I'm not needing to make a giant other platform. Now we're doing our transparency to be bright, glaring electric blue. We travel down to here, and oddly enough, it's not actually showing that, is it? What's going on? I see transparency, I see I'm zooming in there, but it's not representing it in the way that I expect. But this is showing you the detail in here. Now imagine that was like Conway's Game of Life in there. There'd be a lot going on, and on the small scale, it kind of looks like that there. Oh, dude, AU-only plugins can be, the old flanger could come out. That doesn't have to not be a VST. The only reason I'm not doing a VST for the sample delay is because I don't know how to do the delay part for the sample delay. Let's see now. So this may or may not actually be good. Like, I'm proofing able to see through here, but it's definitely a little twitchy. And I'm no longer getting the color blue out of it. I would have expected that I'd be able to see the blue underlying this, but it's not actually giving me that. That's weird. If I hide spyglass, then do I get the blue? Spyglass was my way to have a peek into this stuff, which is not necessarily to say that's the only way of doing it. I feel like I can do this to tidy up That edge on the top is a little sketchy. Yeah, so now that I've added that other thing, I'm not getting a color off of the background anymore. That's weird. What's that about? Oh, is it simply, have I just blanked? When did I do that? Let's see what it does now. Aha. And it does a strange thing. Interesting. So we can do this, and we can even zoom in on the spot that's the transparent, but the spot that's the transparent is only showing spyglass. Like it's showing that blue area as 100% empty. That's kind of counterproductive, although I may be able to zoom in on the dot. Let's see if we can zoom in on the dot. Can just about see it. That single point. There it is. So that could be one entity on the moon going from one place to another in this kind of moves so fast. Time to take this back down again. Let's try to look at that again. See, the little spot. A little dot in the middle of the tunnel could be a guy going from somewhere to somewhere else. You can see him scooching along. And he's gone. In an area like this, full of all kinds of dots. And yeah. So that's a lot of space to zoom in on. I wonder if I can draw that in some way. I know I have. Let's see whether we can do anything about this. So here we have spyglass. It's being drawn as an image texture. That is, in fact, a color. Text direct also counts as transparency being drawn as colors, but I'm wondering whether maybe I can do it better with spyglass. So, camera 2D. That's fine. Draw display. So here we've got this. We can copy that and get a much smaller texture. Is it worth iterating over the texture looking for areas of alpha? Can we overlay it on top of itself? Can I go and throw another log on my fire because it's getting cold? It's not very cold, it's a little bitty cold. Some ways of doing what I'm thinking about would be very inefficient. I'm just kind of wondering whether I can overlay. Oh, and look at all that stuff in the debugger. What's going on there? Oh, a bunch of narrowing conversion. Oh God, now what? What the heck is going on here? That's not awesome. What's happening? What is making it do the thing? I do not know. Well, one thing at a time, I guess. That's weird, and I'm sure it's bound to be. Let's clear it, see if it does it again. We zoom down to here, and we've got that going on, and so on and so forth, and then we quit. And we are full of debugger problems again. Random index px out of bounds. What the hey? How can that be? Why is it asking for output? We're calling random with a unlegitimate number. Surely modulus has to give me a positive number at all times, yes? Surely it must. Oh, modulus can't give you a negative number. That doesn't make any sense. So if we do this, does it then straighten out, or does it not? No, it's not any happier. What is the deal? What's it doing? It's flipping out, man. Why are we doing that? Ready? Could it be... Oh, are we trying to run it from here somehow? How can that be? Well, we're apparently trying to set a random from 0 to 255. Oh! Well, that would be interesting. Random XY, I don't usually... Running it at 255, that's big. What if I don't push that as hard as that? It's happening in just the beginning. Now what? Well, for one, we now don't have that giant space. We just have a much smaller space, which is about yay big. It was effectively producing randoms, but man. And some of our information is bad. Or is it? Maybe it's not. Hey, that time it didn't blow up. That's just a warning that doesn't matter. So we don't actually need this to be here. It just kind of is. We could instead do this, at which point it should draw lines. Sure enough, which looks like this. But we're still having a little bit of difficulty in this spyglass area. So here's how we're doing it. Now what we got to do is figure out how to eliminate the alpha. It's whatever you want it to do. StarChild 2 is just another reverby kind of thing. That'll work under whatever condition you want to work it from. Well, what's up with that? Pre-multiply alpha. So that's going to apply that. That's not going to be helpful. Not needing that. So we are in LA8 format. I'm starting to feel it, but oh look, it's 3:58. Give me a minute, I gotta go and attend to some food making. Maybe when I come back I'll have a clearer idea of what I'm wanting to do. Hi, I'm back. I may say I think it is extremely funny that my notion of taking January and resting and chilling out is like this. Come on. That said, let's see what things we can make happen here. Image texture, create from image. I wasn't finding anything much that could do things with alpha, but I'm going to be wanting to find stuff that does things with alpha, but not in image so much as texture 2D. So now that I can do that, what happens? We can do create from image. Look at update. You can make one of these. Format const. Const probably means I can't change it. So texture is going to be like a texture 2D. I believe this is what is being drawn. Virtual const has alpha. Can I simply override that? Well, they say they're const. It feels to me like I'm not going to be able to override that. That's a bit of a concern. Unless... what would happen if I had a whole separate color rec that just rode around under Spyglass? What would happen then? Let's find out. We're going to duplicate that. And we're going to set it under here. And we're going to go into the 2D area and see what this looks like. That looks kind of like that. Let's make that one go away. Let's parent it to that. Let's make it be a different color and let's see what we got. How does this work? Oh wait, can't run it just yet, can we? Let's fire this up and now let's see what we got. That is being drawn over on top of the thing. How about we move you some other place? Like this. How's that? No. That's still looking kind of opaque to me. Mind you, there's other ways of dealing with this. Layout, pivot offset. might have, no, that didn't do it. How about this? Okay, let's see what this makes. This may obscure things in an interesting way. Okay. That is absolutely, look at that. So we have a thing that could possibly work here. It is showing individual pixels on the spyglass thingy. The colors don't have to be blue and green. They could simply be black and black. If they were black and black, it would act like the spyglass thing, except for that the color blending mode I'm not happy with. I would like it to be nearest neighbor, at least on this smaller one. But this is giving me the chance of zooming in on this little dot right here. And all of this can be updated on the fly. Like, it might look like I'm zooming in a very, very tiny area, which indeed I am. But this stuff can be updated on the fly. Not only that, look there. I got a frame. There's our spyglass. That zooms right in on things. So do I have the opportunity to make this not be blurred? Oh, filter, inherit. So this might be what I want to do. Filter nearest. Repeat, don't think I care about that. Texture. Let's see how this looks now. I think I see edges, which is what I want to see. We are going in for a very close look here. And sure enough, we got a moving square. It's right in there. Now when I go through and take these color rects and I make them be black, and the neat thing is I could have other stuff going on in the background. Like if this was some kind of animated texture, that would show up real nicely. But for now, as both of these go to black color, now we have a little pinstripe. I could make it be slightly heavier than that. And it's showing through the alpha channel. The alpha channel will work in whatever way it works, but it's giving me a zoom in look on that. And we can zoom in on exactly a single dot. And that can represent like a little guy running around on the surface of the moon, which is this big. And then the question becomes updating the alpha channel. Because all of this stuff here, this is just a texture. It looks very impressive zooming in like this, going into this dark, but the darkness that you see here, all of this is literally nothing but, oh, let's zoom in on this little area there. There is a crater. We got this zoom in area here. We just make sure that we don't have anything happening outside the range in here that you can reach and look at. And everything that's being done with shades of black, everything that's being done with like tunnels. Because the way this works, the alpha channel of the image can start out as what I build into the image, but that we can have things moving around in here, like again, the old Conway's Game of Life thing. If it can efficiently run, which we're running this in GD script, it's not even in C++. But this has worked so far. So that's kind of neat. Here's the stuff that we did. You just kind of draw something. Let's see what happens if we do this. This is just overriding the alpha with something else. So we're now going to have a larger area down here that has a sort of random-y look into it. When we zoom in close, we see that it does have a random-y look into it. Every shade of gray in here could have its own meaning. Like, let's make this be even bigger. Um, 255 divided by 255. No, it's fine. So yeah, we can do this. All these dots. Also, if we go up here, we will see the dude on the edge. We've got this line, and see, there is the spot of alpha sticking out, which that is now the edge of a ginormous Titanic room, like miles wide, filled with just stuff. I have a Rode NT something. Is the NT one the brighter or the darker of the two? I have the darker of the two, but not a digital one. I don't use stuff like that. That said, that seems nice. The question is whether that's actually useful relative to anything else. Let's go in and do something further with this. Spend all day doing this kind of stuff and my back gets kind of achy. Maybe one day I will have somebody to come and rub my back for things like that, but for now, that's not a thing. The randomness is very strong with this. So now we override that. And 1. So we are going to forcibly cause this to be much smaller. And now it's going to go either to 1 or to 0. And that's where our threshold is at. And so that's going to look like this. A little more blank up, but we do have one little dude in the middle of all that empty space. See, we're able to find a single guy in the middle of all of that where the randomness added up to, this is what represents excavated space inside the moon. And we've gone right past him. And there's the dude. Let's make it be a little bit more lenient. Larger than 250. So here's how we roll. Very little difference. Darn, look at that. We've just got our one dude there again. Alrighty, how about larger than 200 ought to give me a lot. And we'll make it be 250. And there we've got our little threshold again. But this time we're seeing some other data points in here. They're just very hard to see. So this is what it looks like if you were modeling this in such a way that you had like a titanic, unreasonably large square room excavated under the surface of the moon. And each of these dots represents a animated character, like call it a person in your model. They're randomly showing up and they're in these funny spacings because that's the way the randomness works. We can also do this. With the double equals, of course. Now we've got a different pattern. And as you can see, there is now quite a lot of individual little dudes. The idea is, if you can make this happen and evaluate stuff based on what pixel is where, you can go through this impossibly large area, maybe caching it in some way. I'm not exactly sure how I would go about making this run faster. And operate it like it was sort of Conway's Game of Life, where you've got like these guys here. So these ones are next to each other, so they are pleased and happy, and therefore they do something. Versus this one is all by himself, and so he starves to death or whatever. There's two that are literally next to each other side to side. And you just go in on the basis of that, but running this calculation on an area this big. Or an area this big. Because that little space is only one little tiny space across the whole surface of the moon as represented by this one image file that Godot is capable of handling, containing within itself. So it would take a long time to process through all of this. But you could have networks of crazy tunnels and stuff going on all over the place and draw those out, or maybe just I'll write a program to generate them based on the position of the craters and things. Like figure out what the locations of craters would be. And go through and render all of this stuff. It's not that dissimilar to running Conway's Game of Life, except for that the rules would be different. And each of these dots would be like moving in various directions, doing whatever it does, each of them counts as a person in the simulation. I don't think I have the capacity to make it like the dots are each different colors, but given that I have like 254 different options for different kinds of stuff, not counting solid, like if I zoom over here, although this is drawn as lunar surface, although this is drawn as space, as far as alpha channel is concerned, this counts as solid. It's just solid moon. And the idea is you build tunnels like this. Let's see if I can get back to that. There we go. And you go through the tunnels like this dude up here, which I put in by hand. And these are all algorithmic. I am not sure how many of these exist, but I could tell you. Let's find out. It's only operating on startup. Start at 0, then add 1, and when we're finished, and add 1 more for this guy, because we've got to include him. They all count. Bear with me, I'll fix this. There we go. Now all I gotta do is run it. And there we are. Want to know how many guys are in here? 6,458 guys are in that room. But of course, we can go further. We can make the room even bigger than that. What was that noise? Oh, it's just the firewood. It's grunting a little bit trying to do it, but that's because I asked a lot of it. I may possibly have just crashed it. I hope not. I don't remember hitting save anytime soon. Let's wait and see whether it's able to handle it. I just increased the scope of this by one heck of a lot. One heck of a lot. Because remember, every time one of those guys gets generated, that is a bunch of random operations that are being done over the entire surface of the moon depicted as a grayscale. So it's this whole calculation. It's not really pseudo-random. That grayscale was designed so that it goes up to the extremes of 255 or 0 just barely. It is the capacity of having random outcomes, unlikely random outcomes, very rarely. And look at what we have made. Having gone through all that, it's running just fine until we start exploring the size of this space. And this is a very big space full of guys. Look at all the guys. And it's a pseudo-random distribution, but it's not really random. And it's as big as this. We can zoom around, looking at this endless series of guys. Look at the one in the corner. There's two that are almost in the corner. Let's see if there's one in this other corner. And over the top of this, the surface of the moon still exists and can be calculated out and shown. That one slightly in the corner. And having done that, how many guys do you think are in here? Because I tell you, we just counted them. That's what was taking so long. It was generating all of these, and every single one could be generated with a random 0 to 255 scale. So all of these can have unique qualities to a certain extent. It's somewhat diminished by the fact that it only goes up to 255 and down to 0. But we've just made a bunch of these guys in here. How many of them? 77,000 in that space. 77,000 guys. We can have a long, tall space. This is going to be a little quicker. There we go. And everything that I'm doing here could be done in advance. Like here we have our thing that we drew. We're counting this guy that we find in the middle. There he is. See? Individuals count in this simulation. But then we can also go over here to this large room, which goes down like this far, down to this point. We can zoom in on that. Oh, there's one over by the wall. How common is that, I wonder? It's not easy to focus this. You're at such a large, there's a little cluster. Oh, I think there's a lot. No, there's two of them in a row. So if you go through and can read all of these pixel values, you can do things like decide, is anybody next to anybody else? Can you do like if you want it to move, you can just swap the color with the color next to you, at which point, assuming it can move into that color, it can swap the color with the color next to it, at which point that particular entity is then moved. And it needs to be able to keep information within just the number from 0 to 254, I guess it would be, that represents the only information we have on this thing. Although, it would take more data, because right now, what we're doing with all of this, we've got that running. There's our activity monitor. So this would be the running game, I think. And this would be the engine. Unless this is the game and this is the engine. I guess we can find out. So either the entire thing that we're seeing there is running in 2 gigs or it's running in 500 megs. Could be the 500 megs. Let's find out. Which one ceases? It was the 500 megs. I think most computers can run a program that's running in 500 megs. This is the engine, and the engine is running in a little over 2 gigs. So that suggests we could go and take this so there's a problem. Can we write a shader or something where it only draws gray? Because we don't necessarily need this program to be this big and this small at the same time. Very Airwindowsy, honestly, to be able to do something as wacky as this. We'll do that. We'll bring it back in a little bit. We'll make guys be 90 instead for a different distribution. And the random doesn't have to be 6. That's excessive. And bada boom, we are now generating from nothing, not even setting it up beforehand, because all of this could be set up beforehand. All we're doing is modulating the alpha channel that could be built into the input. That alpha channel could be built into the input. And then we've got this. And this is a big old room. And I think, oh no, we've intersected the, we might even be able to see it. We've intersected the line that we draw. I don't think I can see it. And we can see what the pseudo-randomness is like. We can go through and generate a bunch of pseudo-random numbers. Any of these could be like, these are the other qualities that this has to do, that this is able to operate upon. And you build that all up in this giant space that's the size of the moon or beyond, with individual guys that each are the size of 1 pixel. We're zooming in on the pixel so we can see what they are. I could make this keyhole a little bit larger, just not at this time. Or we can zoom in on like various craters and things. And here we are. Are there any spots that look like they're a bunch of guys close to each other? I don't think that can happen. I could be wrong. Looking for little clusters. Not really seeing any. Oh wait, there is an area that looks like, if I spotted it correctly. Yeah, that looks a little bit like a Conway's Game of Life blinker or beehive or something. You could run Conway's Game of Life on literally this distribution, although it would be it would take a little bit of a grunt. But then you can also have this distribution over the entire size of the map. If you're able to run it, it would take a while. And then the number of guys in there is 44,279. And yeah, the idea is that it's supposed to be like a Dwarf Fortressy type game where you're managing populations of these little guys on the moon. And there is a natural disaster which leads to some of their tunnels being caved in. And they have to dig them out, and they have to survive, and they have to be able to thrive. And yeah. Step it down to, oh, I know what I'll do. What happens if we try to do 10,000 and 10 wide? This might, oh no, it didn't even grind hardly at all. So now I have this one that we put in manually with the one dude in it. But up here we have one that is not done manually with a bunch of dudes in it. And they are apparently on a journey. From here, as far as we can go over, this corner there, to, they're all traveling this direction. Look at them go. They're trying to make it over there. It would take a long time. To, apparently this crater over here. And the number of guys in there is just 3,000. 3,978. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to... Oh, we've got debugger entries. Something happened. Oh, we've run too many. It's out of bounds. It really shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I can fix it and make it stop doing that. Random. So let's see. How do we do that? Button. Set pixel random. There's our random. Well, tell that to be an absolute value. And with that. Now let's see if it gives me the same error. No, it seems happier. It ran faster. And we don't have those issues. So now if we spend the last little burst by trying to do it unreasonably... Oh, God. Holy crud, look at that. I don't know, though. It didn't move. I think we got the same thing, but for some reason it didn't actually... Oh, no, we just made that other one also go as far. So that didn't change anything. Okay. How about... We already know that one dude doesn't actually matter. Let's see how fast this runs when random is not a problem waiting to happen. Starter's kit only going to be per decade or also per genre. Starter's kit is likely to be like notable recording studios, although I am a little hesitant to do something like go, okay, the MCI one, that's going to be Compass Point. It's what Compass Point had, because I know the guy that ran Compass Point, and I wouldn't want to do that to him. Be like, hi, we can do you now. Just download these plugins, and this is what you do. But something like that. Something like the plugin does a thing which is similar to what you'd have at a particular time in a particular studio. Things like how Pink Floyd had Benson Echo Rex. So you'd have a particular version of it, but then you'd also have like tape delay included. And it would be like, yep, you can expect to have tape delay. I wonder whether you could do that in a DAW, Sebastian. Plenty of these things tend to fall into the category of kind of what are you doing? Like, you could do that. Why would I do that? Which is a fair question. It's certainly a fair question. I feel, coming right up on the end of the day, and this has been interesting. I do not know whether I'm going to be writing another program, because understand, like, what I can do is just open one of these things up in an image editor, maybe back it up first, but open it up in an image editor, take a pencil tool and manually draw in tunnels in the alpha channel. The alpha channel is completely opaque, so what I'm doing is algorithmically filling stuff in like that you see, but I could manually put in tunnels and see it that way, at which point you'd have this tracery of spaces that entities could go, and then it becomes a matter of, like, how do I go through the pseudo-random stuff that I've got started out, the seed that we have working with there, and then start populating it and creating the startup state, which could be the same startup state every time you have to deal with it. And then it becomes like, how can you make, like, if you've got like this many foxes and this many wolves and this many cats and this many whatever, and they start moving around independently, you know, like eating or fighting or whatever. Some of the stuff that I've got here is Conway's lifestyle things that would constitute behaviors that would act like sociological phenomena. For instance, given any number, and it doesn't have to be like A to Z. I've got it drawn out as A to Z, but I actually have way more than that available if I'm using just one alpha channel value to be no space available, and the other alpha channel values being anything else. I've got a condition where if a single one of any particular species, being, you know, whatever you call it, B in this case, is surrounded by literally A on every other side, I can say, okay, under that circumstance, they eat them. Whatever it is. I don't care whether it's like, okay, it's mice and they ate a wolf. I don't care. The point being that you can represent xenophobia that way by the circumstance of, if you have this many a species A and very few a species B, they're kind of more likely to be skeptical of them. And then if you have a circumstance where species A completely and totally surrounds species B, that might be enough of a ganging up on that you could call it, like, under those circumstances, species B bites it. They are not populous enough to be considered as normal, and they are being outnumbered, and they just happen to have been surrounded by literally all the same of the other species. Anything else, and it doesn't happen. There's also, like, if you have any species and it has literally nothing around it in any way, it could move towards something. What? I am not sure. It could be a random direction. It could be, I'm not sure what. You could have a, like, if you have a little cross of one kind, we'll call it A, and then one of the spaces to the side is not represented by anything, that can become another A. So that's breeding. That's 4 of this one kind makes 5 of that one kind. But it could happen either out of empty space or out of wall, meaning that they would be digging into the empty space. They would be digging into the, what seems, it's like you could be drawing the walls in using the alpha channel, but that doesn't mean they have to stay that way. And you'd run it for a while and see what happened. Or if you had, like, in the furry community, you've always got, like, hybridization, so you could have foxes and wolves, right? And then if you were able to produce a FOLF, or wox, I suppose, you could have it by, if you have the little cross of 4, and then one of the spaces on the cross is either empty or wall, and the species involved are exactly evenly matched, that might be a chance of producing, from AA and BB, you would produce an AB. And then most likely, if you had an AB and an AB and then a B and a B, that might be able to produce a B again, depending upon it's like this is the kind of stuff that could make for an involving big pile of games. Speaking of big pile of games, it sure is working on its thing right now. I think this is going to be the last run, and it may or may not succeed in getting through its little stuff. Let's see how much CPU this is using while it's doing it. It would be interesting to see how much this journey is doing to this. So there's my host, and here is the program that I have doing 10,000 by 10,000 box and populating it with little dudes and updating the background in such a way that if I was to run it, it would be actually doing the thing. So it's currently using 430 megs to do all of that. And it's chugging along as well as it can. I do not know whether I have the CPU monitor available. Let's see. There it is. And this all is only using this much. I'm still streaming, and it's still able to do this because it's not doing a massive multi-thread thing. If it was, it would be able to do it a little faster, I suspect. But yeah, it's chugging away doing its thing. And that more or less brings the day to a halt, I would dare to say. I think that's probably fair to say. Tell you what, I will switch back to the camera if the game unclogs itself. I got about 10 minutes or so to go, and then I'm going to go off and have tacos. But yeah, this notebook contains a bunch of different ideas. All these ideas are a completely separate game. Notes from GDC shows that people have done. This is more notes on the one that I'm running currently. It's called Howling from the Moon. Because as you see, I have a model of the moon. Up! Check it out. We got there. Look at that. I do have to switch to it before it responds to keyboard input. Look at that. So here we have, it's been running, populating the world with little guys. Each of these are all the same number, but they could be up to 255 numbers, and that all could work in a complicated Conway's Game of Life algorithm. In a square as big as this. 10,000. So if this represented guys that are each, say 2 foot wide, $20,000 feet. How many miles is a foot? I can look that up. $5,280. So this room is 3.7 miles by 3.7 miles. It is a large cave, 3 miles by 3 miles wide, filled with little guys, each of which can be modeled independently because they are all represented by a simple graphic. Oh yeah, I love my little handheld calculator. And this is what that looks like. We can sort of see through. Oh, it's extending off the bottom of the screen. That wasn't intended, but I guess that happened. That means it's taking up a large portion of the size of the moon. And it goes up to here, so it's actually going down beyond what I can even represent. There's a pretty substantial proportion of my full map. Meaning that the actual surface of the moon as I depict it is going to be a little bit more like, what, 3 by 8 miles or so? It's not really to scale. It's just for the purpose of being, at the same time, unreasonably large and graspably small. There's a video that I watched that gave me the idea for all of this, which is games that don't fake the space. And it was quite interesting. So if you had a room 3 miles by 3 miles in size, full of little dudes that were about this closely packed, it would take them a really long time to walk anywhere. But the way this works, if I run it on the basis of a 2D calculation where spots just get calculated as spots and move back and forth or around depending upon what's near them, and I can read those data points off of the graphic, we now have a simple graphic that's only a few hundred, it's not even a megabyte in size. Let's see how big it is now. Like, all of this is representing a thing where here's how much CPU we're running. We are running 526 megs to represent a space that can contain, like, underground tunnels of amazing complexity, or a room that is like miles in size. And the number of guys inside this, each of these dots counts as a guy, and they can do things, again, to represent the calculations I was doing, so that you could have the challenge of, like, okay, run this game and try to maximize the population of foxes, or obliterate all the foxes or something. Figure out what you must do to interact with this and see what happens. And the total number of guys, hang on. I feel like maybe I didn't get my information. Oh. Okay, I need to clamp that a little closer. Let's see whether I got my information. Would be nice. No, I don't think I did. Some of these values are going too high. Okay, well, under the best of circumstances, I would have counted how many of guys there were in there. That said, we tried to draw past bounds, and that made everything grind really hard. So instead, let's make that be 1/4 of the size. Save. And let's run that again. So that might take a little while, but I am hoping if I do that, and I don't initiate stuff off the edge of the screen like I was doing, it will give me a count of how many guys exist in my 3 mile wide by 3 mile wide room. because that's the idea of this. Like among the ideas of this. Oh, and it's alive. It survived. So here is another Titanic room, but it's much less Titanic, and it may not have crashed the machine. It goes down this far. I can make it so that if they're creating space in a room, they don't go beyond the boundaries, and that probably was what was slowing everything down. They were going past the bounds. Oh, look. This baby in the corner. Or almost in the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner. So these are all potentially individuals with the following caveat that you can only know so much about them unless I go through and do this all somehow, drawing just one channel and having the image contain all the other channels. Because if I have all the other channels, I got potentially, let's see, $16 million possible values for each entity, not counting the grayscale being drawn as the surface of the moon. If we do RGBA rather than grayscale and alpha, we get to do exactly this, but rather than having a value of 0 to 256, I can have a, look up tables and information going 16 million in size. And again, the button here shows me the kinds of things I can do even with just a 0 to 255. I can make 3 different numbers. And those can be moods, those can be various qualities for the guy, and then they can update it. For every one of these dots can have 16 million different options. Every dot. At the moment, every dot can have about 255 different states. But it could scale up, because the game will handle it. All you have to do is be able to show a ginormous PNG. PNGs are lossless. It'll do that quite happily. And this one ran, so with this one I can probably find out how many guys are in this room. Anybody willing to venture a guess? Look at them. They are all in these relevant spots. Here, there's 2 next to each other. Here's the big room. Here's the big room of all the guys. Then beyond it, we've got terrain. And our little spyglass thingy is showing craters and stuff. We zoom back over to here, and we're in the room with all the individual guys. Each spot in here can be either blank empty space or any number of different states for individuals. All running in about 500 megs, less than a gigabyte. And 500,000 little dudes. So 500,000 individual guys in there, each of which can have their own state, their own intentionality. That is an interesting simulator. And it's kind of all waiting. It's all waiting there to be represented. I just have to write the rest of the game, right? That's all. I just have to write the rest of the game. But what I'm showing you is the scope and scale of it all. And it's just an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea doing this thing where it's like, because I zoomed around, it should be possible to zoom in on an individual and change their state. The question is, if you zoom in on an individual and change their state, can you modify the unfolding of the simulation? Can you make it so that that simulation has guys going and opening up the right places or whatever? Can they have states where it's go to the area in the tunnel that has caved in and clear it out? because the caved in versus clear out is just alpha channel. And if I can make the other levels, like it would probably involve a shader, but that seems doable. I don't see why I couldn't just run a shader, calculate it out that way. You could do a shader where different species of guy, like foxes, could be orange. And so you'd see little orange dots moving around and go, that's going to be one of my little dudes that's a fox. There's 60,000 of them. They're all being modeled. They're going this way and that and doing their thing. All running in a program that's like less than a gig because it's all in the graphics representations. All the data is stored there. So yeah, we just saw 500,000 little guys, and I mean that is just because I represented it as guys equals 90. We can make it be much sparser than that by, say, changing it to guys equals 30 and doing the same thing. That ran relatively fast, so we'll just do it again. And then the idea is going through and having it be able to generate this stuff, or just building it into the PNG file, because that might be a thing. It might be a thing of like, okay, we'll build it into the PNG file, and then you take it from there. See what you can make happen regarding that, and it would be about figuring out how to make it grind there. Boom, we're done. Oh, hey, looks kind of empty in here. Did anything show up at all? So this is what we call not very populated by guys. That said, check it out. Oh, generative drum sequencing cardinal. Check it out. I bet I can find that. Here we go. Over here. We found a guy. In the 2 mile... Oh, nope, there's another. I see another. A little hard to make out. Oh, I just saw him cross the screen. There we go. Line it up and go up, and we should intersect. Or not. But you see that pixel there? That also represents another guy. Hey, Evan. And there's another spot. See, they're scattered through here. Right, there's another. It went zooping across the screen. Let's see whether we can get it centered on any of these dudes. Oh, there's another. Oh, right there. There he is. There. This dude on the screen is in the middle of like half a mile of empty space. He's standing in the middle of a Titanic room. Oh, you've Zappa 70 starter kit. Start with console LA. That represents a lot of stuff, probably up to and including one size fits all. I designed console LA around the sound of one size fits all. That basically constitutes take console LA and turn the mid-range way the heck down. And that gets you some of those sounds. But yeah, here is this dude in the middle of this blank empty space the size of a planet. And there he goes again. And we're going past and away and off we go. And how many guys were produced in the middle of all of this space? Because it looks very empty, does it not? That looks like a very empty space. If you were playing this game and you needed to make the populations of whatever it is in there breed and survive, you'd be really up against it. That said, in the middle of all of this blank empty space, there is 110 guys. 110, guys. Oh, yeah, G-Ringer. Didn't look like it, but there were. And with that in mind, I'm going to bid you good night. I'm probably going to throw another log on the fire, even though it's not all that cold. But it's been pretty chill as far as that's concerned. And I look forward to continuing to hack away with this, find ways of doing it. I got to back up that graphics file, but I'm really interested in doing things like coming up with a shader where I can have that be an RGBA file rather than just a GA file. It's cool that it's a GA file. It's cool that that worked. It's cool that I was able to make the alpha channel render in such a way that it displays the stuff that I wanted to display. That said, I feel that I can take it much farther if I can work from an RGBA standpoint, and that would be very exciting. It'll just require some shader design, and it seems like I actually have a program called Material Maker that I downloaded specifically for the purpose of working with Godot. So we'll see whether that runs on 2D or not. Maybe that can be Thursday. Anyways, I will. Oh God, my stomach is rumbling. It's time for dinner. Anyways, I will talk to you later. And bye-bye.